Oh, by the way, Veronique, go ahead and go into the toggle for your settings and turn the volume off.
Thank you
For
if you
where? Because I hear really loud music right now.
yes. Okay, so there's a little gear thing at the top right of your Roll20.
Thanks for the host when you set up.
Oh, thank you. Mwah.
I can't see it, and I can barely hear anything.
Okay, sorry. No. Let me. Yeah. Okay. So let me turn this off. All right. So
Okay, where is it?
I'm sorry. So in Roll20 where there's your
The gear,
your chat
yeah.
thing, right? And so there's a gear, the settings section.
My
right?
settings, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right up top, it should say display name, and then right below that it says master music volume.
Okay, thank you.
Completely control the volume from there. And I'm sorry.
Yeah, I killed it. Good. It's
Perfect.
just because like it's almost like grayed out. It doesn't even feel like there's anything in that slider, so I didn't notice it.
I'm sorry about that. We're good though?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Hello everybody. Welcome to tonight's rerun of the Mothership scenario that I am potentially going to be making into a published thingy-majig. Presumably once I'm finished. Lee, are you planning on muting yourself? Right into the fucking mic.
Well, it's good that you're showing the bottle because it sounded like you were doing something else.
Right. That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm glad I wasn't the only one who was thinking that. I was like, maybe.
Oh, no.
I was like, maybe he took his mic to the bathroom with him without knowing. I didn't want to call it out.
Oh, what a kismet start.
I mean,
what a kismet start. All right, and I've also swapped everybody over.
Well, then no one will know. Then no one will know that you defended yourself.
Okay. All right. So okay, let's backtrack a little bit. Let's welcome everybody to Diesel Shot. The 5 people in the audience right now, and maybe we'll get more. Maybe we won't. Who knows? Diesel Shot's viewership can skew from like 5 to 30 on any given night. It's wild. I guess it really depends on how much we advertise the game.
Thank you, completely nobody, for the prime sub.
Thank you for coming out. So tonight we are doing not Change Stars. Tonight we are doing my own custom Mothership scenario, and it's called Strung to the Quick. And we ran it last Saturday with my good friends Goop and Devi of internet Twitterdom fame, and we're running it with another cast of lovely individuals. It's going to be a fun, thrilling time. So let me get this out of the way before we get any further in. There's going to be some body horror tonight. So CW, body horror, potential transformations, potential loss of identity, and some other fun stuff. So if that squicks you out, perhaps consider another stream tonight. And I'm very sorry that the product will be something that is not something I can thrill and enjoy the night with you about. Further CW for insectoid creatures, namely wasps. So if that's a phobia of yours, I would recommend another channel tonight. But we'd love to have you on, and I'm putting this out here so that we make sure that we have a fun and comfortable environment for everybody involved. Also, if you don't like space, you're in for a bad time. But I think by now anybody watching Diesel Shot knows we do a lot of space stuff. Alrighty, so that out of the way, welcome to Strung to the Quick. And let me introduce my lovely group of players. First, introduce yourselves as people. And when we get into the game, I will introduce your characters. Okay. So we've got Milady Saito first off from the what is the term? Eponymous. The one where you're saying the name of the person and it's also the name of the show. From her channel, Milady Saito.
My name is Milady Saito. I host tabletop games on my channel where we play a gigantic D&D crazy storm of butterfly effects on 3. I think someone told me it's called a. Now I can't remember. Words escape me. A marsh something marsh, but
West March. West.
Yeah, it's like a West March concept. So there's 3 different tables that affect initially. All 3 affect the world in different ways. Eventually, 4th table will be opening up with a different kingdom. Hasn't been opened up yet, but it'll be exciting to see that whole new area opened up, as well as new players coming to the table and affecting the other players, either positively or negatively. It's always great. I am going to be playing a character named Zarina.
Ooh.
She is not the type of scientist you probably want on your team, but she's the scientist that you get on your team. She is extremely okay with breaking the rules to further science. And the idea or the audacity that science could be held within strict guidelines of any sorts is just a ridiculous concept to her. So most of her experiments are handled without the legal eye of any government operation.
I see. So she's a wet biologist or a wet scientist, perhaps a xenobiologist.
Oh yes, and sometimes it would be neat to find out if it's possible that we could use opportunities to mix DNA from different alien species to the human species to gain opportunities for the human species to strive better.
Dr. Zenda's gonna have fun tonight. Or is it Zenra? Sorry.
You're good. It is Zenra.
Marvelous. Okay, yeah, no, you're gonna have fun. I'm marking you down as the ship's xenobiologist, by the way. All right, and let's move on to Veronique. Tell us a little bit about yourself, where we can see you, and else you want to mention. Then you can introduce yourself.
All right, so you can see Pat and me play Vampire the Masquerade 2nd edition revised on Garblack Games every Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time or 9 p.m. British Standard Time. I am also finishing up Destroyer of Worlds, Alien RPG on Omega on TV. And we will shortly be starting the CMOM campaign, the Colonial Marines Operations Manual campaign for Alien RPG. And I also have a co-star, the ship's cat. So usually it's called Ragnar or Raggy. So I'm taking as the ship cat. He could be named Gaggy. And
Ooh.
I will be playing tonight Nicole Lang, who is the lead engineer, who always seems a bit stressed out, almost angry, and she has like sentences that don't really make sense because she tends to have 4 streams of thoughts going on at once in her head, and she types really loudly, and she's like a bit rough around the edges, but she always manages to make everything work. So people put up with all of it.
All right, excellent. So we've got our irritable chief engineer, Nicole Lang, and our over-enthusiastic xenobiologist, Dr. Zenra. And let me just... So we've got the cat crew, and now let's get into actually connect to the charger. Those two.
You're breaking up on my end.
Am I any better now?
Yep.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so done to the quick. Planet Brahmari orbits the star Parvati in the habitable zone and holds a wealth of natural resources and a thin, non-breathable atmosphere that could be terraformed with less effort than most exoplanets. Geological survey teams and cartographers have been dispatched by the Consortium of Core Colonies Discovery Bureau to carve up the viable land and price it for sale to the highest bidding megacorps. A section of relatively resource-sparse barren land recently bore fruit during a flyby which discovered a non-human originated ruin nestled in between a rocky outcropping, which could be worth untold trillions to an interested company. To name a few, we of course have the ever-eager, tech-enthusiastic company Tyra Integrated Corp, or Tyra Integrated Technologies Corp. Gensign, ever eager for biological novelties, and a number of other companies eager to get their teeth on what could potentially be an exceedingly valuable ruin, or completely worthless. That's why you are here today. You are here to determine if this ruin is going to be worth anything. And because there's, of course, liabilities within the consortium. If they value something well above what it's potentially worth, they will be sued to the teeth, and that's why your ship actually has a lawyer to begin with. So it's your job to basically go out here and appraise the ruins, assess them, and ascertain what lies within, and ideally put a real price on it to avoid future lawsuits. You are members of the crew of the C3S, or the Consortium of Core Colonies ship. C3 is their abbreviation, though. We can just say that from now on. It's the government organization in space. Nobody goes to Earth. It's all the core colonies. So C3 is your, Lord and Master here. You are on the C3S Lunamoth, designation scientific research vessel for Consortium of Core Colonies government, destination Parvati system, Brahmari planet, mission investigate ruins of an alien settlement before corporate colony vessels arrive in system and assess the value of the planet. That out of the way, let's get to it. You are waking up out of a cryo sleep on your survey vessel, popping out around your fellow employees, your colleagues. Let me pop you into the there we are. We've got our lovely cast of characters, and you're not the first to wake up by any stretch. You are also, however, not the last, as you look out, gaze out onto the barren and cold interior of this vessel, plopping onto little mats laid down outside of your cryopods to ease the strain. And then, of course, the floor is grated and intended for puking on, let's just say. And, of course, the wake-up cycle is a rough one. And you see before you a towering woman, fully armored, and seemingly prepared for just about anything. You recognize her as your security officer, Vesper. She goes by Ms. Vesper, or any number of things. She even answers to guard. But Vesper stands there, coldly overseeing the process as you all emerge like cicadas from your molted skins, cracking yourselves on the surface of the floor. And then pops out a rather slick and slimy snake-like man, covered in the cryo goo as he plops onto the floor. And you notice that he has a scale-like tattoo pattern all the way down his body, carved in ones and zeros. Very recognizable. Without a flinch, though, he doesn't even vomit. He extends his arms to Zenra, who is closest to him, and he says, "Hello there, ship's lawyer, Max Voigtman. Pleasure to make your acquaintance." As another person flops out beside him.
Right, lawyer. That seems important to have.
Very, very, especially on a mission like this.
I don't remember a mission, but if that is what we are doing, then yeah.
You're the ship's xenobiologist, aren't you? You of all people should be excited. We're going to see so many new and exciting things.
Well, I do like to break things and put them back together.
Please don't break anything.
Don't worry, everything that will be broken will be put
Fixed
back
by
together.
me, right? As always.
It'll be all, squishy, to say the least.
Oh, those things. Break them. I don't care.
Oh! Oh my gosh! Gift subs from completely nobody and Dash. Oh my gosh! I'm sorry. I can't ignore that. Thank you so much. Amazing support of our community. You are the absolute best. Thank you so much, completely nobody. And you, thank you. Oh my god, that's awesome. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation. The lawyer kind of worms his way out of it. As soon as he realizes you're more interested in talking to each other, he knows where he is wanted and where he is not. He slips on out and starts talking to the guard, who points gruffly at a door and kind of just like excitedly moves towards it. You notice that it is the kind of bathrooms and lockers room door. And you are left in that room as others slowly emerge. And you can continue talking if you'd like. There is, of course, breakfast being prepared for you in the room marked as 4 on this map. You'd have to, of course, cross the umbilical from the cab and engine section to the main operations.
I want coffee.
That sounds fantastic. Who is going to be cooking that?
You notice that, or you would, maybe you would, Zenra, because you've already mentioned that you don't remember very much, right?
Yeah.
But you know that the medbot on the station, when not needed as a medical aid to the automated medical station within this vessel, is a consummate chef. The medbot's name's Gabs, by the way.
I guess we get the coffee from Gabs, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I guess we should go to the mess.
Would it be too soon to ask for a drink, maybe? Because I don't know what time it is.
You would know that there is a very lenient policy with regards to those things if you are not a pilot.
Oh, thank goodness. I think I'll. She kind of stretches a bit and says, I think I'll get me a hard whiskey on ice. No pun intended, after getting off ice myself.
Walking through the umbilical is fairly easy. It seems the doors are all slowly opening and closing for you properly. Doesn't seem like there's any serious malfunction in the vessel. Of course, it has been maintained by some synthetics during your stay on ice, as is customary. Of course, laying as part of your wake-up duty, you'll have to go through and make sure everything's functioning tip-top shape. You are the chief engineer on this vessel, after all, but we can just
coffee first.
So the two of you find yourselves in the common area here, and the captain. Going to use some art that I used last week for a PC, but today. The captain is not named Debbie, but rather Barda Bluefin. And she seems like a woman of business. She's already had her coffee, already plopped out of cryo. You note that the captain actually does not stay in the back with the regular folks. The captain has a bunk up here. She's not the only one with a bunk up in the operations area, however. You notice a towering figure emerging from the north as you all settle down. The captain seems to be about on the precipice of a lengthy monologue when she is stifled by the emergence of the appraiser. A man in long billowing robes with two brooch pins attached to, well, you're not sure why he's got one on either side. It doesn't bear any semblance to where a human's heart would be, but it does seem to be a holographic depiction of various currencies that flit by as you watch. And he's wearing ceremonial garb and accompanied, flanked by two robotic assistants that you know full well are capable of violence should the need arise. They are there to protect the most important man on this ship. He sits down without a word. Everybody moves aside to accommodate him. And the captain, stymied before, goes ahead and says, "Oh, well, all right, everybody, we're going to be taking care of our duties as normal, but enjoy your breakfast."
Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll grab the pot of coffee and I'll pour myself a coffee, but also I'll reach for the instant coffee and add 2 spoonfuls of instant coffee to the filter coffee.
Nice. Yes, that does give you a nice little kick. The lawyer so actually, question: do you add creamer to your coffee?
Yeah, no, gross, black.
The lawyer looks over to
Black
you.
and thick as oil.
By the way, he actually turns to you. He hadn't quite introduced himself yet. He even moves over towards you. It's really rather awkward. The guy seems to want to shove his name and occupation in everybody's face and potentially hand a card over too. And he slinks on over like a snake emerging from the grass, and he says, "I don't think we properly introduced ourselves earlier. Max Voidfrom. I drink my coffee the exact same way."
Is it possibly because your face looks like TV screen?
I paid a lot for this face.
I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did.
I will drink about half my coffee before I answer. So I doubt you do, else you'd know to not talk to me until I'm drank at least half of this coffee. We're good now. I'm Nicole Lang, lead engineer here. Please don't break anything.
No, far from it. I hardly touch anything due to the liability potential.
I saw one of your types on our last tour broke the fucking toilet.
Oh,
Ooh.
that was awful. You should call Nikki one time. You will learn life lesson very quick.
For showing me the ropes. I hate to get in on anybody's bad side. I'm just here to do my job, and you're here to do yours. And frankly, we can be a symbiotic relationship. As far as I'm concerned, we're all here for the same thing. A lot of people take unkindly to lawyers being on a ship, you'll know.
Nah,
I do.
I'll just make himself the same cup I made myself. Be like, we're good. I'll hand it over to him.
Thank you.
You say symbiotic relationship. I see lawyers more as parasitic relationship. You definitely prosper in any situation more than your carrier does.
No, I mean, the same could be true of any occupation one gets money for in a capitalist society, am I wrong?
I disagree.
Gotcha. I mean, I make this piece of crap work for money. Gotcha, bro.
I make a good bit of money, but I am also paying off the debts for my marvelous body that I just simply couldn't do without. So, we're not exactly the same, but I am in a similar boat.
I have a question. Am I able to make out what the binary code on his neck adds up to?
I'd like to make the first roll of the die. This would be a computer.
It's pure mathematic or computer?
Mathematic would work too.
I'll see which one's best. Hold up.
If you don't have either skill, it would simply be...
I have both.
Intelligence. Oh, good God.
But I think it's a math roll. I rolled it as normal.
Just a pure math with intelligence based.
Okay, intellect. Let's go. Modifier no. Alright, I can't.
Don't remember it all that well, and he is dressed to the nines in a stunning suit, tightly collared bowless tie. But you can definitely make out the first couple of lines, and now that you're looking at them, and it seems to be a kind of so it's been a long time since the 21st century, and there have been new religions that emerged, and this one is kind of a pragmatist religion that emerged kind of not super recently. Like, it's not a Mormon style cult, right? But it is kind of on the newer side, and it's kind of like an atheist religion almost, because they don't necessarily believe in an afterlife. They believe in the self and the vaulting of the self. And this is basically the beginning of a sermon proclaiming, "I am that I am, and therefore shall always be, so long as I desire myself to be as I am." Blah blah blah.
Is this like a transhumanism religion, sort of?
It is not necessarily transhumanist religion. However, you would know that a lot of members in this religious environment do actually move past their human bodies and take on cybernetic bodies instead, which are partially human and predominantly synthetic. So you do make out a good bit, in spite of having failed that. You were within 15 points. I'm not gonna fully fuck you for that. And also your character having both training in mathematics and computers. I can't say that you wouldn't recognize the language. But it is also very intentionally stylized to look like scales, which is interesting.
All right.
And as you're standing around, everybody seems to have their breakfast all sorted and in order. And the captain once more says, all right, looks like everybody's mostly about done. So, as you know, I've been awake for about a week before y'all, and we have arrived. We are currently in orbit of Bromari. We will be dispatching the away team tomorrow. Make yourselves acquainted with the team. Some of you have worked before with each other, some of you haven't. Feel free to mill about, unless you've got a pivotal role, which is to say, we need somebody to prep the bio and the other rooms down in science. The science bay has to be prepped. We need some, obviously, the chief engineer. You know what your job is. And then, she lists out a couple other people, and she's like, all right, everybody, go about your business, do your work, and we'll reconvene 24 hours.
All right. So in my case, I picture this like I have this clipboard that's like the run sheet of things to check upon emerging from cryo, and I'm gonna split the jobs among my smart hands. Like the people, my underlings, like call them
Yeah,
smart
you definitely
hands.
have a technician and an inferior engineer, but mostly you also have some friendly synthetics. Very, very minimal AI programming here, just bare bones. Can understand English coding, or can understand English commands and follow them to exactly know into it.
Basically, they can run diagnostic and sort of like give me the stats, but they need a human to make sense of it.
Precisely. There's maybe about 3 of those, and on the ship total. They've been running the ship since you were gone, and they continue to be internal.
I got it's dangerous to go alone from completely nobody. So anything else you'd like to add to that?
All right. I will save that dangerous to go alone for when it's actually dangerous.
All right.
Seems to be in tip-top shape. You do have to retoggle a few things. The life support systems actually were running pretty bare bones, and there's some filters that absolutely have to be replaced. So that's what takes up most of your time. You hardly even get to the final checkup on the Caterpillar, which will be running the mission, the away team mission tomorrow. But you do manage to get a cursory overview of the thing. You are met by the pilot at that juncture, who is also doing a rundown on, or a diagnostic rundown on the vessel, as is their prerogative. And let's see, what image am I going to choose for the? Okay, yeah, let's have this be the pilot. Doesn't look all that pilot-y, but seems about right. So yeah, the pilot introduces themselves as Jan Uno. And Jan says, oh yeah, just checking the cat myself. Good to see you, though. How was your sleep?
Dreadful as always, but I still have my mug of coffee that's kind of like, it's huge. It's like this big. I'm still sipping on it. It's like, yep. Did you start her up? Sounds good.
Yeah, I can take it from here if you want to just take a load off.
I mean, like, I'll give him the checklist for the caterpillars. Like, if you can handle it yourself, that's that much out of my hair. Just holler at me if there's anything.
No problem. I've got one job on this hunk of junk, and it's to fly the hunk of junk and this. And the hunk of junk's working quite nice.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of willpower and duct tape into that ship.
You do a good job, and about time I did mine. You can see a glint in their eye. they absolutely love the small craft. The small craft is their child, and they will absolutely let no harm befall it. And while you're at that, Dr. Zandra, I believe you have some medbay stuff, or not medbay, sorry, biology department things to take care of. You are in the right part of the ship for it. The medical, or sorry, the scientific bay is, let me see, is it actually unlisted? My God, it totally is. All right, let's say this area over here is the med bay, or the scientific bay, and it's just full of lab equipment. It seems they've got some stuff for analyzing, both biological and geographical specimens, or geological, sorry, specimens. And they've got a whole bunch of equipment and a whole bunch of reagents that have not been touched in about 3 years.
Of course. We hire mechanics, but we never hire cleaning service. She just goes over and blows some of the dust off some of the things. Kind of shines one of the glass containers with a specimen in it. It would be pretty unfortunate if you were to cover up such a prize.
So the very first specimen that you pull out and remove from dust, is this one of your own specimens that you put here for research?
Yes.
Okay, so the first one, I'm afraid to say, has not been kept in ideal conditions. There was a point in the ship that, or the ship's voyage, that life support was completely turned off. That lasted maybe about 2 years. You've all been in here for a while. They make you sign disclosures and stuff. Everybody is like weird about lifespan out in the frontier because, you know, on Earth they live forever. But out here, you have maybe only 200 years. But you can get a lot done during 200 years. Unless you're like, you know, partially synthetic, in which case, who knows what your lifespan is.
The good thing is the DNA is intact. At least I can try to, well, work on better injections.
Indeed. You notice that there's more than one source of DNA in the sample, but that there's more than, obviously, considering what you did, there's far more than one source of DNA in the sample. There is, however, a new sort of growth that took over for a while before it too collapsed into a state of decay. You would note that there was a strange kind of fungal growth on your sample. You know, it sprouted some fruiting bodies, dispersed those fruiting bodies within the confines of the sample. Those fruiting bodies grew into new fruiting bodies themselves before decaying after sending off their own spores. And the cycle of life continued just about as long as the cycle of life could be sustained. Which is to say, about a year ago, there's been nothing cooking in this since then. The next couple samples, however, seem fine.
What a tragic waste. There goes another possibility to further the human race. Just like time. It dwindles. She takes it and she puts it up. Some would toss it and throw it away, but she puts it up almost like a trophy. A little bit, just onto the shelf. Life may be fleeting, but you know, with every death and wound, we learn how to fix it one step farther.
Well,
good.
And stifling his cigarette on the wall as he strides in towards you. By the way, Carl Barker, xenoarchaeologist.
Xenoarchaeologist. Fancy
Hopefully,
title.
well, you are the ship's xenobiologist. Fancy title yourself. Almost call me Dr. Barker, but you can call me Carl if you prefer.
Well, see, now we both have doctors. I have doctorates. I have no reason to call you by title. I think that we can even it out with Carl.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I've heard about your work. Some very interesting stuff.
Whatever it is, I have a lawyer. I will not participate anymore. Less than what has been told.
I mean, I read some of your studies, but
oh, that was very that was very legal.
I mean, you definitely seem to be on the up and up from the study that I read. You know what? If you have other work that you do on the side, that's not my business. I'm just here to get some good science done, and I think you and I will be an excellent team. I don't mean to spoil anything, but you and I are both assigned to the away mission yesterday. Got my little ping this morning. My email when I woke up. God, I hate waking up with these cryopods. It's disgusting.
I agree. It is quite frustrating. But maybe with time, the human race may be able to live a little longer and shed skin in hibernation like other wonderful creatures we have met and come across.
Maybe. That's, not my line of work, but, if you point me at the next, nearest, alien historic site, that'd do me just fine, and if I can live to see the day that I get to it, then, you know what? Job's well done.
I see you're just as capable as I expected. Maybe you'll keep your nose where it belongs, and you'll live longer than I expect as well.
That's quite ominous. You know what? I like you. Here, I brought some whiskey on board. My own personal stash. It's good old Tennessee whiskey. The stuff that they make out in Titan. Great shit.
I can see we'll be great friends. Great friends indeed.
Pours you a little bit of Tennessee whiskey, of course made in Titan, and as they do, it goes out and it's got a little nice aftertaste. Taste the meteors that have graced the surface of the moon that it originated from. You can really taste the grit and soil of newfound frontiers in your mouth as you draw it back in towards you. And he does the same, of course, and he says, good stuff.
I haven't had this since the last time I had stardust in my system.
We are made of stardust, aren't we?
Some of us more than others.
I'll drink that, but maybe later. I gotta go set up my own personal lab. Pleasure running into you.
Before you go, is there a specific reason why you were chosen?
Well, they want to send the xenoarchaeologist and the xenobiologist down. That just makes sense.
But why you? Not that I don't find you new friend. We are friends together, yes. But I just want to know why you.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty, You mean to say you've never heard of me? And I'm Dr. Barker.
Right, Dr. Barker of Barkington area. Yes. It's silly questions.
On Titan. But yeah, no. I mean, you definitely heard of me. I wrote the book on xenoarchaeology in the modern era. I've got a couple peers, but in my personal opinion, it is the book.
Do you work with like they call them petrified remains?
Seen them once or twice before.
Have you ever gotten DNA from the petrified remains?
I haven't quite yet. Usually they decay right in front of me before we even touch them, but perhaps if we controlled the exposure to certain UV rays and a number of other variables, we might be able to extract a sample, if that's your prerogative.
That would be very interesting to see the DNA strands. Maybe we work if you have any of that left over of any, maybe even written paperwork on anything that you believe that certain races or species have advanced in.
Well, I work and see if I've got anything. So after a while, the exchanges that occur draw to their natural conclusions, and the day goes by. Everybody's prepped and prepared. There is a bunk down south below the cryo chamber awakening section, where most crew members are expected to sleep through the night, and after a day's worth of work and introducing yourselves to the new crew, you find yourselves waking up a far more pleasant experience than the previous. And the two
Speak for yourself. It always sucks to wake up.
Facts, but maybe because it's not in a bed, it's 10 times worse. Just saying.
Okay, so the two of you wake up next to each other. You, of course, are accompanied by a few other people. And when you do so, the captain actually steps in and says, "All right, everybody. Usually I don't step past the umbilical, but
the umbilical, like the umbilical cord. Is that why we named it that?
I assume so. I don't know. I was born in a cloning process, but maybe that's why we call it the umbilical. Probably is. That makes sense.
I don't. Mechanic, lead mechanic. Nicole, is that why we call it the umbilical? I've never heard of it referred to as such.
I mean, you can call it the catwalk or whatever you prefer.
Oh, this is not some type of game. You wanted to. We were going to now be walking. You think we're models or something? You.
Well, I usually don't step by this way, and
now you know why.
Because my job's up front, but
Yep. You're easily worried and easily scared away, and that is a great tactic for some species. Did you know that those who have that tactic actually came from many years of survival techniques? That's why you have it. It's instincts to run away.
I assure you, I don't run away from anything that I don't see as a potential threat to myself.
Oh no, that's not the. I was obviously, if it is a threat, you run. Correct.
If I feel threatened, I will run. Are you threatening me?
No, I am merely stating a fact. It's actually a very strong trait you have. Most people actually die because they do not have such such wonderful trait. In fact, this is the same feeling that when you are alone in hallway and you feel like you need to run because you feel like someone is staring behind you or lurking in the shadows. It is because you have that same instinct. Do you ever have that type of instinct?
Hey, I just want to say, Dash has given another sub, and completely nobody gave Zenra also a Dangerous to Go Alone.
Oh my gosh! Thank you all so much. Thank you also, by the way, thank you, my lovely crew, for helping me with that while we were RPing. Excellent. So yeah, no, both of you have a Dangerous to Go Alone in the hole. I will, of course, save that for when it's actually pertinent, when danger arises. But basically, the captain kind of looks at you funny. She feels threatened by you, but not like in a predatory sense. Just kind of like, oh, you question my authority, sort of way. And
I just want to say, while they were these xenobiologists were having like all this philosophical talk, I went to the mass, grabbed myself a coffee, and then like made a coffee run because I saw, oh boy, Captain's gonna need a coffee. Getting her ear talked off like that, so I just bring back silently a coffee to the captain while Zendra's still talking.
She looks at you and she's like, oh, thank you. Boy, do I need this hard wake-up cycle. All right, everybody. All right, gather forth.
You never really answered that question. It's very important to me. Do you have that feeling? I would like to, this for reason, I would like to get a strand of DNA, maybe a blood sample to know if it is,
yeah.
it is important for, research purposes.
I consent to you taking a strand of my DNA for research purposes.
But do you have that type of feeling while you're in hallway? You feel for something in the shadows that might be looking, and you have an instinct to run?
It only happens in my nightmare. This is a little bit personal for a briefing, however.
All right, briefing time. I will hold you to sample later.
Perhaps you and I can have a more private conversation when you return. You're on the mission, by the way, xenobiologist.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Or sorry, not to get ahead of myself. She doesn't say spoil anything. That was another person's affectation. Not to get ahead of myself, but yes. So the mission today. Very important. Everybody, of course, has been absolutely briefed. I will be sending my second mate, Darwin G. He will be commanding this operation. Darwin is a close confidant of mine, and absolutely anything that he says is law. I repeat, follow his orders to the letter. Whatever he says goes. Ain't that right, Darwin? And a man in the corner that you hadn't yet seen, but who looks absolutely generic and uninteresting, raises his hand and says, "Yep, that's me, Darwin G, second mate. I'll be leading this mission. What I say goes."
Great. Do you have instinct that we talked about? You may have overheard conversation previously.
No instincts whatsoever.
This is not good. This is not good. If for someone to lead in the mission that doesn't have this instinct is very bad for us.
With my head down and my eyes up, and you know what? If I encounter something that I can't handle, it hasn't happened before, but I will call for your need should it so arise.
Oh, you should not call for me because I am not skilled in the taking care of people unless I need to cut them up and open them up and see their inner workings, and I can do that very much well. Or maybe take them out of commission, like mentally. I can do something like that, but most of the time it is not in a scrapping type of manner. No.
Manifest. You're a doctor, but not the kind of doctor who helps people. And that's fine. That's exactly what we want on our team when we're investigating alien ruins. I have yet to find anything that has shaking me quite the way you're talking about, but if I do find one, I will inform you later. You can absolutely have a sample of my DNA. I am ready to go. Back to you, Captain.
Was that person just hitting on me? I'm not 100% sure. I have a hard time picking stuff like that up. She just leans over to Nicole to ask.
What is it again?
I don't. Something about making sure to give me the DNA, and they gave like clicking sound.
DNA is not my department.
No, were they hitting on me? I don't understand if that was some type of
Do you want me to run diagnostic on your brain chips? I can.
Brain chips? I don't have no brain chips in mine.
I could have sworn you did, but whatever.
No.
It's all I can do for you, mate. Sorry.
That. Was that it? Were you hitting on me?
Certainly not.
No, not you, Nicole.
Mr. G says, yes.
Okay, see, that was so easy as I thought. Okay, thank you. I just needed to know to make sure. I have a hard time with like social cues. It seems that, okay, that would be a good DNA sample as well. I can take that. That's a good specimen in other options, yes.
All right, okay, so G is going on the mission. Max Voitfrom. The lawyer steps up and raises his hand. Present! You're going on the mission too. What? Wait, I thought we had a deal. I would stay on the... No, you're going on the mission too. Shut up. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm going on the mission too. Gotta make sure that you don't break the law.
Oh, son of a... Oh, great! The parasite is coming with us. Oh, just wonderful.
Uno, you're up to bat, and the pilot steps forth and says, "Yep, I know what I'm here to do." Wonderful, wonderful.
Captain, so the pilot says they're on diagnostic, and I read the transcript. Everything's good. Like, do I have to go on the drop?
Well, I was thinking you might be beneficial in case they counter any
electronics, stuff like that. Do you like beating up robots? I ever wondered. You fix things, but would you be okay with breaking robots?
Yeah, sure. It's how you learn how to fix things. You break them first, put them back together.
That is what I told all of my fellow students in school, and they threw me out.
I'm starting to like you.
Marvelous. The xenoarchaeologist.
That's as much hitting on you'll get from me.
She kind of nods a little bit, and she appreciates the bluntness in it.
Hey, Dr. Zara, you're getting a second dangerous to go alone. Some people think you're in danger.
I am very much in danger.
Thanks, Dash.
Thank you so much.
Danger zone. The xenoarchaeologist raises his hand and says, "I made sure that we'd have an engineer on the team just in case we encounter any of that alien mechanics stuff. We run into it very often in the field, and it is a huge hassle to just blow up the doors when we can have an engineer on our side."
Yeah, massive pain in my butt. It's like signal technology. Like it's just grumbling in her huge coffee mug.
Wait, are you going to take the coffee mug with you, or are they going to take that away? I will
just put the lid on it and like, flight safe now. Any problem?
I wonder. I will warn. I don't think it's safe. I'm not very good with social cues, but I don't think it's safe to try to take that from her. If you do, I would not recommend it. But if you do, it would be good for me too. The dead people, are very good to work on.
By the way, anything got broken by my coffee, guess who gets to fix it? Me. So, entirely under my responsibility, and I declare this mug flight safe.
Well, you can't argue with that.
Let me see. Do I have an image for? Oh yeah. Let me find an completely generic image for the motherfucker that's intended to be the.
Should we take shots for our safe outs? You know.
Scared of flying, Zena?
No, I just like alcohol.
Oh, sure.
These are neat. Sometimes some other people, they need reasons to drink. I just find it's suitable for their opportunity while I drink.
Yeah, she got a shot for me.
She will pass a shot over.
And I dump it into the mug.
Marvel. The mug of mystery is what
it's gonna be.
What is in the mug? Who knows?
She holds up her shot and says, "It is accustomed to take say a chant of some sorts while we all take shots. So here's to you, here's to me, and if we ever disagree, fuck you all. Here's to me." And she just takes the shot. Self-preservance. It's a very common trait for those who survive.
So I just have like a sip of my coffee concoction and be like, no. Like just like the aftertaste, like.
I cannot imagine how that tastes.
It's like vodka and coffee.
Yeah.
She's seen worse, but it changed her, like the proper levels of caffeine intensity she's used to.
I'm sorry, I do not have any Irish whiskey that goes so much better with what you're drinking.
Don't drink it because it's good. I drink it because it's efficient.
Oh, that is unfortunate. And she just takes another drink.
You find that while you're talking, you without even recognizing it, have been herded away from the captain and towards the caterpillar, which will be your mobile base on the surface. The pilot, Jan Uno, says, "Buckle up, kids! It's gonna be a bumpy ride." Without giving you time to buckle up, you experience extreme turbulency. Or turbulence. What the fuck am I talking about? And you shake and you shudder in your vessel, and at a certain point, you arrive. Is that GM overlay? Yeah, that it totally is. All right.
I would like to say that Nicole. It's kind of like a baby in a car. It's actually like lulled by it, so she just like falls asleep with her mouth open and like with a bit of drool and a bit of like, and like just waking up at that like and just like hanging on to her coffee huge mug thing like it's a teddy bear and just like passing out again.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's absolutely perfect. I'll frame it exactly like that. Dr. No, sorry. You're Nicole Long, chief engineer. You find yourself strapped into the interior of a large. It really genuinely does, from the outside, look artificially like a caterpillar made of practical mechanical things. And you step on into your bunk bay. You find that there are fewer chairs on the inside than you would potentially expect, but of course there is room for cargo. And you sit down on this plain-style seat, and almost as soon as Dr. Zendra sits right next to you, you fall asleep cradling the dregs of your coffee alcohol concoction. And seconds later for you, about an hour later for everybody else who wasn't asleep, you find yourself shaken awake, and the coffee that was once inside this mug mostly is on top of your vac suit, which you were not sure you stepped into the vessel wearing. Fortunately, however, it does not seem to have stained your attire, merely dripped off, because vac suits are quite impervious to liquids such as this, and there's still just a little drop at the bottom. But you know that's going to be the most strong in all of the ways. You're not sure if that's going to be good to drink, but I leave that choice up to you as you wake up on the surface.
So I'll look inside my mug and like, fuck. And I'll just like down whatever is left and be like, that's the last of it.
Amazing.
But she's gonna like reawaken by how vile it tastes even for her.
Definitely.
Because it's now cold, sedimented, like the instant coffee within the filter coffee is gonna sediment it to the bottom, and there's like traces of vodka. So yeah, it's more the extreme taste than the extreme caffeine that's awakening up or up.
Whatever works. And you hear over the intercom the pilot Jan Uno, and they say, "All right, everybody, we've made it. I'm gonna stay with the ship as is standard. Y'all have a fun time on the surface, though. Give me a call if you need anything from me. But I highly doubt you will. This thing's been empty for God knows how long."
So who's driving the Caterpillar?
Oh, by the way, I did definitely forget to say that the Caterpillar is both a space shuttle and a all-terrain vehicle, and it does have wheels that drop out as the moth-like wings recede into the vessel itself after landing on the surface. It's one of those multifunctional vessels that Tyra Integrated Technologies has been rolling out.
So there's one bit I don't understand, because you said Uno's piloting that thing, and then Uno said like, "Oh, I'll stay with it." So we're exiting the altering vehicle.
You have arrived at the site of the ruin.
Okay, I gotcha.
It is a very, very short walk away, and if you do not have vac suits in your inventory, give yourself a rudimentary vac suit, please.
Right, let me have a look.
I have a hazard suit. Does that count?
Not actually, but give yourself the lower. I would have to like spend a couple minutes looking for it. If you have it on hand, the info for the lower vac suit that is like the most rudimentary. Just
okay.
Mm-hmm. The 7%. Got it.
So
Vac suit.
Hold up. I go in equipment. What you want me to do?
Yeah. So add yourself the like basic vac suit.
Okay, so I'm in equipment.
Thanks for the follow, Agent Greta.
Thank you. Do you want me to check out the mothership player survival guide? Popping it up?
No, it's like the thing is, I don't know how to physically do it in Roll20, and I'm getting annoyed.
No, it shouldn't be an issue. Just in case it comes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I had 35 armor, and now I put 45? Okay, thanks.
Yep. Sounds right to me.
Also, Captain Carrion, thank you for the 200 bits.
Yeah, thank you. Oh my god, wait, bitch. Shit. Thank you so much. Wow. Alright. So, you land without all that much difficulty. You're stepping out for the first time on this alien world. It is gray, windswept, and there are prominent protuberances of the soil. A couple of rocks, nothing too fancy. It looks like the surface of Mars, but shifted into the gray as opposed to the red. And you step out of the cat, and it is not all that dissimilar outside. And before you, you see that you've been positioned on a trajectory to come into close contact with it. Lies a strange aperture in the setting. A large octagonal structure that resembles very, very closely a door by your estimation, but not one made of man or by the hands that you would recognize as belonging to your bipedal species. There is a ramp that leads up to it rather than stairs, and then there seems to be some sort of quick descent down whereupon the door is located. Hidden from the elements, but very visible to you as you step towards it. You are a team of 6, as I've mentioned, led by Darwin G., the second mate of the vessel. The lawyer, Max Boydford, kind of stays with you two, but also you recognize that he is strategically positioning himself next to you two, and also the security officer, Vesper. The pilot, of course, is on the vessel himself, and Dr. Carl Barker kind of stumbles up forward alongside the second mate.
Are you scared?
Who was that directed at?
Our parasite lawyer?
Oh, yes, terrified.
Oh, good. I'm definitely going to get some of that DNA later. In fact, that would make sense why most lawyers have that type of instinct.
I wish I could say I was different from most lawyers, but I think you're about right.
Well, it would be a shame if it wasn't like that. Some things that we just draw in from our genetics we have a certain reaction to things, and that's why we choose the job descriptions that we do. Unfortunately, life did not give me such talented opportunities for the fear aspect, so it is unknown to me. I don't understand it. I also have hard times with personal and social cues, so it makes it very hard for me to understand certain things. So it's just one of those talents that most people take for granted in the genetic codes.
Yeah, you talk a lot about genetics. You might be sorely disappointed by the physics of my body.
Oh, I don't really care about that. I care about your brainwaves.
Oh, well, those I have.
Well, I'd hope so. As a lawyer, we pay you good money. That doesn't make sense for you not to be somewhat savvy.
I'll look at the lawyers like, do you want me to run diagnostic on the chips in your brain? Would that help with your fear?
They seem to be functioning perfectly fine, actually. It's less chips and more like...
I don't know. You look a bit on the frets to me.
I'll confess, I really didn't want to go topside. Or, well, planet side.
I mean, I can readjust those chips for you. I make it easier.
I like my brain just the way it is. I appreciate the offer, however.
Would you like some
Whatever
Xanax?
floats your boat, man.
Would you like some Xanax instead? What,
I might hit you up on that, but
what
maybe
about
later.
another shot for now? Maybe ease your subconscious.
I don't drink.
That's a
Um,
bad time to give up that habit.
hmm, hmm.
It
We'll
is.
talk planet about drinking. I think. He chuckles nervously. You notice that Vesper is just like towing the fucking line. Absolute unit backing this group up. And yeah, you find yourselves right at the doorway, and it isn't, as I mentioned, an octagonal structure um, carved out of the rock. Seemingly, there's a very decidedly intentionally created ramp downwards towards the door.
Well, that's it. That's coincidence. Do you
Do you
think
move
that?
forward?
Do you think that's positive coincidence? I think it's good coincidence.
Is Vesper like going like in the front of us to clear the way or something?
Vesper seems to be walking behind, looking behind us to make sure that, or looking behind the group, that there's nobody, to make sure that nobody's dragging, and to make sure that nobody's like, moving in on this operation.
So what's like the walking order? Is it like the officer in the front?
As far as as it's depicted here, with the second mate group, Max, or sorry, not Max, Darwin G, and with our xenoarchaeologist, Dr. Barker, following second to him, and then the security officer. Sound about right?
Yeah, I think
Sounds
so.
good to me. Yeah, sounds good to me.
So you approach the door, you move down the ramp, and it is firmly shut. And you see the xenoarchaeologist begin to lay some. Well, it looks like he's laying some explosives to handle the door situation.
I'm just stepping to the back and like just glad that nobody asked me to hack it. Like, cool, somebody's just blowing it up.
You would, however, see the second mate look at him and then look at the group and say, Does anybody think they might be able to check out this control panel and potentially open it up? Obviously, the mines are an absolutely great choice, but if we can do without destroying the exterior of the ruin, that might be an absolutely optimal choice.
Can't you do that, Nicole?
Yeah. Alright, so like I take out my tool and my like electronics screwdriver and
Mhm.
voltmeter and that stuff, and I start looking at the mechanism.
Okay, so the mechanism does not look like anything you've seen before. It seems to operate off of the assumption that one has multiple sets of arms on, attached to a torso, which definitely does not exactly correlate with a human torso. But you can kind of see what you might want to do. There is no written language that you can decipher. There do seem to be like 8 blobs, and then 8 blobs, and then 8 blobs, and then 8 blobs, and 8 blobs, and 8 blobs. And the blobs are made of some sort of white, plasticky, rubbery surface. Seems to be holding resilient against the elements, however, with very little degradation.
Is there any current running through that, or is it dead in the water?
Roll me a So what sort of skills do you have?
I have geology, 0G, computers, mechanical repairs, piloting, mathematics, and chemistry.
Okay. This might actually be a mechanical repair. I would take.
All right, let's do that.
With an intelligence.
All right.
Yeah, you can't make heads or tails of this system. It seems to be completely alien to you. You could try to open it. It would be a computers at a malice of 30, however.
I'm gonna look to the officers. It's like, yeah, looks like an explosives gig, that one.
Does that mean you could not do it? Or you don't want to do it?
No, I can't make sense of this thing.
Mm.
And like it would require at
Time, and
least
we don't.
four people to activate at the same time if I was able to actually make any sense of it. I can't even get a proper reading on my multimeter, so it's too alien. I'm sorry. It's a blow up job.
Sounds like a good thing for me, though.
She looks to the group and says, "You heard it here first, folks. This shit's alien. Make sure to get some photos of that." As he says that, you note like tighten his bolus tie, which is actually over top his. He has a bolus tie on top of his suit. It's a weird affectation that you definitely think is like impractical, but for the purposes of aesthetic. And he tightens it, and he looks around the group and he says, "Ha ha ha. Well, I guess we're going to go ahead and destroy priceless artifacts. Then I will write that down."
It's the appraiser or the lawyer saying that.
The lawyer. The appraiser is not with you. But you
Okay, I wasn't sure at that point.
Yeah, sorry. The appraiser is not with you. The appraiser stays on the ship. However, you would probably assume that the lawyer would be connected to the appraiser in some way.
Yeah, I mean, for them to write that sort of thing down, then there's probably something going on there.
And the explosion goes off without a hitch, and you are greeted by a billowing poof of atmosphere from within that is quickly vanished into the thin atmosphere of this planet. Like meets like, unlike meets like, and the whole total of it is that the entire room is filled with a mist of sorts as you step in to the parlor of an alien ruin. As you do, you note that the interior of this ruin is octagonal in shape as well. And at the very center, there is a prominent oval emergence, on top of which about 9 arrayed in an octagon with 1 in the center. 9 egg-like shapes in that same milky white substance as the control panels before seem to emerge. There are 3 doors, one to your, assuming we're entering from the south here, or actually, no, I should assume from the north because that's where you're positioned. Assuming we're entering from the north, there is a door to the west, a door to the east, and a door to the south. It is an octagonal room, and there's an oval in the center with 9 egg-shaped ovals on top of it, made of that same rubbery substance. Veronique's just like, alright, time for a piece of paper.
Sorry?
Okay, maybe I misinterpreted what your movement was.
Oh no, I just turned off the fan because I'm actually getting a bit cold now.
Never mind. I thought you were grabbing a piece of paper, and I'm like, yes, I have driven this group to make paper things. Feel free to write on the map. The interior, by the way, is, of course, covered in mist, but kind of gunmetal in hue. And it seems there are ramps that lead up to each doorways. 3 doorways there are.
I was about to say.
Thank
Thanks.
Thank you so much,
You Rishi!
you. Thank you, Rishi, for the sub. Thank you, nobody, for the bits.
Oh my god, amazing! Thank you so much. So, 3 ways. Do you have any say before the second in command takes point? Because it looks like he's itching to say something, but you can take precedence should you so desire.
Whatever that thing is, they sure like the number 8.
What? Number 8? Like the number 8?
Well, I mean, they're running on a base 8. Like, there were 8 things to activate whatever that was, and now we're in an octagon. So, I don't know. I see a recurring pattern around a base 8 system.
Oh, okay. 8. I get it. I get it. Now I get it. Do you think they had 8 crew members? You know, 8. Well, maybe they had 8 breakfasts and things. Okay, I was trying to make joke. I'm not very good at it. Okay, what's next step?
The and yeah, at that prompt, second mate G, Darwin G, steps forth and says, "Well, it would seem that we have 3 ways that we can go, and we are a group of 6. So I propose 2 people to 1 room, and each of us moves as far as we feel comfortable, documenting the entire procedure, and we reconvene at this location when we are finished."
So, for how long have you been an officer? Because I'm no officer, and I know that's a dumbass plan.
You know, I was going to say the same thing. You know, like saying, I hate to say this, but this is that thing that I was telling you about the instinct that you do not have that makes you want to run away. Most people are not going to want to separate in different groups because it has been proven in history that most people die easily, and we don't know who has the instinct to run and who doesn't. And if we separate the party into different ones that have less of that instinct, they're most likely to fight instead of run and likely to die.
So the too long didn't read of that, RNG, is, do you need me to run diagnostic on your fucking brain chips?
I have no brain. You 2 will be the first team. You will go east. Or west. Go west.
I'm gonna turn to Vesper. I'm like, Vesper, sis, come on.
Seems like a dumb plan, but I gotta follow orders.
But
I mean, you're security. You can override that bullshit.
I'm security, yeah, but I don't have the right to override the second in command.
Fuck that noise.
I mean, look. I'll make sure that I'm closer to you than not. I won't go very far down my path.
Do you have a sidearm to spare or something?
Why don't you use the submachine gun? Don't use it very much. I've got my pulse rifle.
Sure. I got a spanner and a submachine gun. We'll be alright.
With a fucking submachine gun, all I have is a fucking scalpel.
That Vesper announces, I will take
Oh god, no.
the lawyer, and we'll go down this middle path.
Oh my god, it is a, you know what, that I will say it. This was actually a gift in disguise. Take the lawyer. I agree to this. Never mind.
I would like to remind our warden that between the 2 players, we have 3 it's dangerous to go alone. So before we step into any direction, should we burn one?
Would you like to burn one?
I'll burn mine.
Okay. All right. So as you do, you note that. All right. So, yes, you're burning one. I will take note of that. I'll give you a little narration, and I'll explain exactly what that means. So you go down your. Sorry, you are sectioned away. Second in command, Darwinji takes kindly to the suggestion of a path and says, "Xenoarchaeologist, I guess you're with me." And for his part, Dr. Barker seems enthused to be working with the chief of, the second in command, and says, "Oh, yes, sir, fantastic! I will prepare myself for adventure!" Or something of the sort. And
that man is not very, very normal. Don't die. That'd be great.
As you look by the door, that they by the way, the doors suddenly open as you step forth into them. The front door did not, but these ones seem to be motion sensitive. And as you move forth, the doors open, and you see before you a kind of stark octagonal room. Does not seem to open into a hallway. It seems like the ramps carry on, though. And down the middle path, you also see a very similar stark octagonal room. And down the way that you see the second mate and the xenoarchaeologist, you see a stark octagonal room with some strange hexagonal growths emerging from the walls and the ceiling.
Growths, as in organic?
They seem to have been at one point organic, but at this point they are practically paleontologic, considering the length of time that has transpired between them being organic and now. But yes, it does seem like these are perhaps coral-like growths.
I would like to load my submachine gun and tell Zendra, I think that's your area of weird shit.
I would like to say this is quite fascinating if you think about it. The fact that it's growing so quickly, it is beautiful. This could be eye-opening. We should take some of it back. We could just scrape off a little bit. I don't recommend anyone eating it or anything, getting in contact with it. But if we just scrape a little bit off, maybe we see if it has pain or something.
I like how Lang's just like in the middle of the fucking chaos where we've got like, she's been teamed up with the mad scientist. She's like
Yay.
Yeah.
She's just like looking at the inside of her mug and like,
oh, thank you so much.
No, my empty mug. And I was like, this is gonna be a freaking long day.
She just reaches over and grabs the mug. I was looking for something to carry this in.
Didn't bring
It was fine.
and sample thingies? You gotta use my mug? What sort of scientist are you?
I am a working scientist. I don't understand what your question. Someone that once called me a xenobiologist.
Do you know it's got my spit in it? It's gonna ruin whatever. Like, this is my mug with my spit in it.
No, this is even better if it is something that's capable of adapting. This is even better. It may take your DNA, right, and adapt even farther.
And make a fucking weird coral clone out of me is what you're saying?
Oh, wouldn't that be wonderful? We can name it if you want. You want to give it a name? I will. If you could be your.
If you call it Nikki, I swear.
Well, I wasn't going to say Nikki, obviously, but you could name it personally. Do you have any names?
I do not have yet a name for this theoretical coral clone I hope will never exist. Take my mug.
Oh, good. Thank goodness. Okay. She starts scraping. What about if we name it Catherine? Catherine's a good name.
So, as you discuss this, and the group has split into three, you move through your ramp facilitated blank octagonal space. You begin to suspect through context clues that blank octagons with a ramp in between are as close as this facility has to hallways. As you find yourself greeted by a structure that I will depict in 5 seconds. Going to GM overlay, right? Yeah. And plopping that down on the map layer. Yeah. As you find yourself sliding down the ramp into a room which has actually something of note. Both a promenade, or a prominent, formation of 4 on either side, and a central 5th, oval-like, white, milky, rubbery forms, and from the ceiling, the same sort of hexagonal coral or paper mache sort of structure. You would note that the structures seem to be grown over with a certain sort of, you know what Spanish moss looks like, right? Picture that, but perfectly gray and lifeless, and dangling listlessly from the interior of the hexagons here. It seems that some sort of plant or fungus grew on the interior of these and dangled down, and then after perhaps trying to propagate itself in other vistas, failed to go any further, leaving the petrified hexagons a drift of death and decay, and these central spheres. Would you try and do anything here, or continue?
You know, it's very sad when you see things die so easily. Yeah, it's must have been its fact that it wasn't able to evolve as properly as it was supposed to. You know, it's just unfortunate. That is, it happens. We should scrape it off and add it to our collection.
Yeah,
So,
it's very unfortunate that everything here is dead. Very unfortunate.
that is it. I agree. I agree. How that, you know, it's hard to get DNA from dead creatures, and plus it's a lot easier to do the experimentation on a live creature because then it makes sounds as if it is in pain or if it is not in pain, and it makes us opportunities for seeing what affects it and does not affect it. So it's just
Yeah, it sure
unfortunate.
sucks for the opportunities that they're dead.
Yep. Sucks for us. I mean, they obviously don't really care. I mean, they have no opinion anymore because they're dead. But it sucks for us. Yes, like sucks like vacuum in space.
I just want to say that Nicole is staying as far away as possible as like all of the shit and letting the scientists like scrape at the thing and be like, just yeah, sounds like a plan.
So, scientist friend, are you going to try and scrape some of this off?
I'm going to try to put the goo in with the coral that I have attached. Like I now have in this large coffee cup.
So she's trying basically to outperform me on like the worst shit that's ever been in that cup.
Please. Yeah.
You
All
know,
right.
the good thing is there's alcohol in it, so if we put it in, right, and it's wounded, it's already taken care of. I don't think it really matters, truly, because if it was wounded, it wouldn't be dead. You know, it's dead, it doesn't matter. But
Yeah,
there
maybe the
are some.
caffeine will bring it back alive. Who knows?
If it, you know, I
Please
don't
put the
know.
lid on the mug once you're done.
I mean, don't know if that'll do too much good from it because it looks like it's spore opportunities. If it's spore, it would need to be really concealed and sealed before the spores not, to leak out. So to be completely honest, if it was dangerous, it might be in our vac suits already. It's because the vac suits are worked on with ventilation.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to point out that Milady said it. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I'm the only one here with an actual biology degree.
That is correct.
So
I
much fun.
sure don't. I have about the same qualifications as my character, but I would have to say no. I don't have the chemistry. The player doesn't have the chemistry.
Uh, you managed to scrape some of the goodies away, but I think this is probably a point when I would ask you for a biology roll or a xeno. Got one. Shh. I know, Lee. I know. Shh.
So a biology.
Yes. Or xenobiology if you have it.
I do not have it yet. I mean, I do have it technically, but I don't have it checked yet.
You have it very much.
Yeah, you're great. All right, yeah. So you fill the cup up with amazing samples. But Senra, I will tell you, with that biology roll, all this shit is dead. No DNA potential at all from anything. You also note that the paleontological ruins that you've been kind of scraping away don't seem to have any biological potential within them. They may seem like coral protrusions to you, but they absolutely have nothing that you would consider biological in them at this point. Maybe they once did, but they're dead now, for sure. All of the
There's
stuff
no way.
is paleontological. It's
No.
straight up all dead.
No,
You might
no.
be researching, but it is dead.
There's no DNA I can get from it.
From what you're aware, everything that you have right here before you is dead. One thing, however, that does strike you as being potentially alive are those ovals that you saw as console controls in the kind of center of the room. The 5 they're made of some sort of rubber silicone substance, and there's a little bit of warmth beneath them. You brush.
I dump out everything that's in the cup previously, and I immediately start scooping up. Just scooping up these other creatures.
Okay. You pop open one of these things, and it seems to be almost organic. It feels rubbery to the touch, almost like skin. And as you plop it into the mug, you see like wires that seem to be pure white, as if bloodless veins from an archaeologically sourced body. And you pull the thing out, and it plops into the mug. And Lang, when you look at that, you immediately recognize that she just pulled out one of the several keyboards of a larger computer.
Maybe it's partly organic, but you're fucking up that board by taking it bits away from it. It's part circuitry.
The door behind you slowly starts to close as you hear "Ah!" from the other room.
Did we recognize the voice?
Oh yeah, that's Dr. Carl Barker, Xenomorph, with a very shrill screech.
I think something happened over there. Or maybe something good, maybe something bad.
Well, I mean, we've been ordered to this section, and I asked Vesper, and Vesper says, like, no, you go to your state. Like, this is the safe thing to do and the thing that I will not override. So, what about we stick to our orders?
Oh, okay. I mean, we do what we're told. We don't, But if they're dead, then maybe we use their body later. I mean, not if they. I mean, it's not my opinion that they might die, but if they do die, it would be really good. I mean, it would be good per se, but it would be nice to, take their bodies back
I'm
to their
gonna
families, of course. Their families are interested in it. If they're not interested in it, I'm sure that there is someone who might be able to put it to use.
So, Nicole Space is gonna be like, fuck this noise. Maybe I'm actually like her face is like, the person I have with me is completely mad. What about I double back? Like, just, shit sucks. Fuck this day. Fuck all of this noise. Her noise, that noise, fuck all of the noise.
Are you scared?
I'm just annoyed with the noise.
Oh, it's because you didn't get to finish your coffee. We might be able to pick up some type of coffee on the way. Maybe make things easier for you.
Yeah, walk forward in front of me, will you?
I mean, I don't normally take lead. Is there something you feel uncomfortable with doing?
Well, you are the scientist, and this is a scientific mission, so I think you should take the lead and walk in front of me.
Like person width.
Is there someone else with us?
It's us.
Just glances around.
It's getting smaller. The aperture is closing behind you.
She kind of like pushes the jar or the mug in front first, and then goes through. Well, you better hurry up, because if we lose this opportunity, we may not get the opportunity later.
The door is almost like half a person now. If you slide in, you'll be able to make it. This is going to be an agility roll, though. You might get stuck on the other side.
Both of us?
No. Just you.
Just me, okay. So agility. Speed?
Yes, speed. Sorry, not agility. My bad. This is going to be a speed check. I will take just speed. Though if you have rim-wise, I'll give you that too.
If I have what?
Rim-wise.
Rim-wise. Is that a skill?
It is a skill. It basically correlates to how well you know living in space.
Oh, okay, no, I suck. No, I don't have any of that, so here we go. By the skin of my teeth.
Fucking calamity! But
I get my fat ass through it.
If you had a fucking hat on your helmet, it would be on the other side, and you'd grab it and pull it on through. Because that is how close we're talking. The door closes.
Hey, why did it take you so long? You almost got your
Because I need a coffee break.
Oh, well, I still have your mug if you want it. I mean, we're going to find a new, area. There is some screaming, come screaming. We probably should check out later. But I'm sure that this area has some type of coffee. And sometimes, in certain situations, some alien species use certain type of things to make their adrenaline rush mix in with what the coffee would give you. I could probably give you that same type of feeling with a couple of scalpel pulls if you'd like.
As you're having a conversation, you hear intercoms the taciturn voice of Darwin G, the second mate, and he says, all teammates be advised, we've had a soup breach, and I believe that my associate, Dr. Barker, is in critical condition. Please assemble by me, and we will handle this as a team.
Did you hear that, Nicole? It's possible that the creature that ever lives in here is spore-like and can actually get into our actual flats. You know, if it's
Yeah,
possible.
could you kindly shut
know,
up about
what?
such possibilities?
This is wonderful. Think about it. If it is parasitical in nature, that means that the whatever host is obviously going to still be alive. But what happens if it is in a situation that it needs to need a host
Yeah,
in order
sure.
to?
Walk in the front.
Maybe their host died. Maybe their host died. That's why they couldn't live any longer. But if we can give them a host that is very healthy, then there's possibility that it could expand the host's lifetime, or maybe it makes the host. There's just so many opportunities. There's also the opportunity that it feeds off the host and kills it. But that happens sometimes. Kind of like flea lives on, or tick lives on dog.
And you're walking now.
Tape.
You're now in the compartment, and you are rejoined by in the central compartment. You are rejoined by by Vess and the lawyer. And the lawyer says, "Oh, wow, yeah, we didn't get much past the first room. Blank for us. How about you?" Oh,
we heard that someone was possibly contaminated.
Oh yeah, I heard that too. Terrible shit. Probably a lawsuit in the way if they live. But we'll check that out when it comes.
What? Are they not here?
Oh yeah, no. In the other, yeah, no. You and us are simpatico here. We're just rejoining in the center. It's to the west to the east where we'll find them.
We need to go there fast, because if the possibility, what happens if they don't take the host very well and the creature dies? That would be awful.
Why don't you lead the way? You seem like you're pretty smart, pretty in charge of things. I know. And yeah, so
if we don't take a break now, I will have to take a break.
Yes, we're taking a break as you. So I'll tell you what you find. You stumble in on the scene. It seems that your dearest xenoarchaeologist was in fact covered by a husk of sorts, a gray carapaced being with an octagonal torso and 3 sets of arms emanating from this central torso. A head which ends in a snout, but tapering towards the end, almost in a proboscis. And it is.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
Oh, and also, by the way, it has a naga-like like strange sort of creature. It seems to be a combination of all sorts of alien traits and utterly inhuman the processes, and it is lying on top of scientist Dr. Carl Barker.
It is beautiful.
And I think that's where we're going to take our 10-minute break. Holy shit.
Dodge Dash for the 1,100 bits. Now that can be heard.
Thank you, Dash.
Thank you so much.
I have more shots, Dash, if you want to take another one with me. Here it is. Just saying.
Since we are not streaming right now, I'm going to go ahead and charge my phone. I'll be right back.
What? Too many taken? Never too many taken. Never give up. Never give up. Thanks. Check my Twitter? Okay, hold on. I can't. There you go. There we go. I took pictures. Okay. Jack Daniels? Ooh! Jack will leave you on your back. Woo. No! My shot. Let's see. Oop. Woo. Response. I think I am 4 shots in now. Not including my drink. Oh my gosh. It's so beautiful. Rishi, you are a wizard. I swear. Or maybe you're more like an artificer. Maybe a little bit of all, you know? Who knows? Agreed. Funny story, one time, I drank one of my friends into that position and I had to pull them off the couch. But luckily, I was also very inebriated, so when I pulled them off the couch, it did not affect me as much. That is pretty cool that you're a nurse, though. You're like one of those actual people that are doing good things for other people. I work with insurance. I'm a good person, but my line of work makes me what doctors and nurses hate the most. Right underneath the idea of a lawyer. It looks so good, Rishi. It looks so good. You just need like more like mountain, like sand, like hill thingies. kind of like sand doomy things, Sam Hilly things, but it looks so beautiful. I like seeing the waves and everything that rush against it. It's so pretty.
Okay.
Dunes is, I think I mean Dunes. I'm not 100% sure. I feel like I mean Dunes, but I'm not going to guarantee anything. Because once again, I'm 3 shots and this is pretty much purely tequila and aesthetics. It's mango, blueberry, and a little bit of lime. And at 1 a.m., I have to do actual work. Yeah. That was ooh, someone's breaking in. I just hope I don't have to get on web camera at work or for work purposes, because they will probably look at me and be like, "Ooh, who did they hire?" Hey, babies. What are you doing underneath the... I most definitely did keep working through the pandemic. Yep. I appreciate it. I can tell my boss that. My boss is that I don't think they'll care either way. There's a we were required for my job to make basically like this cue card for ourselves to let people in the office know who we are a little bit. This is who I am. I was unfiltered, like, nonsense. So I don't think they would think anything different when they see me. Okay, everyone, I will be right back. I know everyone's going away for a minute. I will be right back. Hey, babies. How are you? Okay.
Hey, sorry about that.
Hello, Dreamers. We will be probably
No need to answer.
probably just a
You good.
few more minutes.
Just making sure that we are all good. Oh wait, hold on. I'm now in a group with only 2 people. I think my computer's doing one of those weird things that it's been doing lately. Okay, weird. I'm showing an... yeah, no, God. I'm not seeing Lee or Milady Saito.
Saito just said before you came back that she had to take a minute away, and
Oh,
did she
totally.
be right back?
Yeah, no problem. The break can last a little bit longer than it has. That's fine. Yeah, so sorry that I got off to such a slow start. I feel like I've been really dragging my feet with this one. Though, of course, whenever my lady Saito shows up, I know there's bound to be a whole bunch of RP. And for what it's worth, the first time around, the party was about here, about the same time of night. Though I will perhaps try to expedite events, especially moving forward. If this is to be, as I see it, a one-shot, I may have to make sure that I explicitly state more things frontwards and let people react later. I think the Devi and Goop crew actually did really well, receiving perhaps the best of my abilities, and I think I gave you perhaps a little bit too much dialogue towards the beginning, and not enough towards moving forward. I'll figure that out. I am sorry to make you a test subject in my grand experiment, which will be...
Oh, it's what we signed up for.
Truly. Hopefully, this will be good enough that I can, write it down on a paper of sorts and ship it off to people who want to play the game. Anyway, thank you so much. God, the chat has been incredible tonight. Thank you, Completely Nobody, Maharshi, and Diablo Dashley for being exquisite folks in the chat. It has been wonderful having you here tonight, and I'm assuming you can hear me, even though I don't see myself on the screen. Interestingly enough, I think perhaps Lee will...
Yeah, it's weird because I do see you in the room, but not on Twitch.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can. I don't know for the Twitch stream because it's muted. I have it on my phone.
I'm curious about the Twitch stream myself.
Do we have Lee in the room?
Lee should be here.
Lee!
Yep, okay, I definitely hear myself.
Where are you? Lee!
Lee is my occasionally silent backstage person. Right now, more silent than not. Let me toss a...
Alright, the chat says they can hear us both.
Alright, pitching it at Lee. Next is they. Where do they be?
Oh, and we have a new crew member.
The best crew member.
Sasha.
Sasha. I love your cat so much. I really wish I could show my dog on stream, but like she's kind of an oaf. She's definitely the kind of like, you know, pupper to like really.
Oh, it's showing its floofy pantaloons.
Look at that beautiful baby cat butt. Wow.
No.
So cute. 10 out of 10.
Sorry, I'm back.
Lady Saito has arrived. Thank you.
Yes. Sorry, I'm back. I was
Marvelous.
taking care of doggy things.
Ah, yes, we understand. Okay, so I think, aside from the fact that we're all kind of discombobulated with regards to where we
Disembodied.
felt.
No, I got you. I'm cycling the window capture locations.
Cool. Thank you so much. Excellent. All right, Lee's straightening that out. I think we're good to go back to play. So, as I was saying, as we departed, you folks stumble upon Dr. Carl Barker covered in a strange alien life form, which seems to have fallen from one of the rather prominent hexagonal structures, you know, that which I called coral or something of the like, emerging from the wall. So he seems to be covered in a kind of like gray, husky, almost mummified alien of sorts, with a long naga-like tail, 6 arms emanating from an octagonal torso, a wispy head that ends in an almost proboscis, and you'll note that the tail seems to end in a stinger of sorts, and this creature seems to have once had wings, although it does definitely not have them anymore. And Barker is kind of flailing on the ground underneath the thing, and standing over him to the side is second mate G.
Zandra, I think you're up. That's your cue. Your friend.
I mean, he wasn't really a friend, but this is exciting.
The friend you're looking for.
This used to have wings. I could just feel it. It doesn't have any wings now. But it's called evolution, if you think about it. If it's you know, fast survival of the fittest and such. Hey, are you still alive over there?
I'm alive!
Okay, so
it hurts a lot, though.
okay, but are you really alive, or are you just like, have you feel any piercing of any sorts?
Well, actually, I felt that my suit was pierced not that long ago. That's why I screamed so loudly, and I'm sorry for that. I did not expect my voice to be that quite high pitched.
Oh, I mean, sometimes it happens. It's no worries. Pain causes different things. I don't think you should be worrying about the actual pitch. I think you should have a lot more things to worry about, but that's just me. So,
I'm worried.
You are worried. Good. Have you felt any numbness at all?
Yeah, actually, you know what? It is quite numb where the suit has been pierced, right around my midsection. But I'm quite covered. You might want to maybe move the thing off me before we start the examination.
But other than that, you feel fine. You feel.
Actually, aside from the numbness in my side, I feel great. Actually, really good.
Well, that's actually pretty good if you think about it. This is opportunity for better. Good.
I am
good.
gonna go flank Vesper while the scientists are doing their scientist shit.
Fair enough. Oh yeah, and by the way, you would note that the lawyer is like itching to move outside of the facility. Like, you know, he is not gonna stand around for any bullshit.
Yeah, we're gonna be the no bullshit crew in the back.
No bullshit. So
I would ask actually, you know, the two scientists are having a field day with this. They're chatting away. They're chitter chatting, engaging in scintillating scientific discourse. You are a little bit estranged from that all, but you are just as perceptive as any other human would be. Roll me an intelligence.
Pure intellect.
If you have
Alright.
added to this,
I'm sorry?
if you have, assuming you don't, but you can add it to this.
If I have what?
Biology.
Biology, I might. No, it's one of the logies I don't have. Let's go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Actually, 0G also would probably count for.
Oh, I do have 0G. Am I allowed a reroll?
You know what? Sure. Roll 0G.
Alright. Let's get that 0G going. On the base of intellect?
Yep. Sorry, I was so low.
Yeah. It's just not my gig.
Bummer. Yeah. All right. So everything seems to be fine here. You're taking care of the one person who's been punctured and penetrated. You know that the atmosphere is not breathable, but the scientist definitely hasn't been connected to the atmosphere yet, in spite of having a breach in his suit. Of course, this is by function of the suits. There's a little bit of a collar around the neck, making sure that nobody breathes in anything untowards in case of a suit rupture. But definitely a breach in this motherfucker's suit. For sure. 100%. No doubt about it.
So let's talk about these. We should probably take this creature back alive. You know, if
the person is alive.
No, we could probably take both back of opportunity if it's connected. We could maybe you said you felt paralyzation, right? Paralyzation or numbness, or is it just numbness from being having something dropped on you?
Could be. I'm not sure. Although my suit has
ruined my whole day. That's what you did.
Oh.
And she's gonna walk up there and she's gonna try to investigate the situation and see if it's just or if it's something chemical when it was punctured.
You roll me a biology. I'm gonna give you. What do you have any? Tools that might assist you in this?
Tools? I mean, I have a wonderful scalpel. If that's what you mean. I also have a diagnostic scanner and a med scanner.
Plus 10. Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna give you a plus 20 on this biology roll.
Okay. One. Modifier plus 10 or
plus 20.
Plus 20.
Yeah. Oh fuck. Shit. Yeah, no, so the hole does not seem to be making heads or tails to you. It seems that this person has been punctured for sure. You would need to know more to get any good reads, any sort of diagnostic stuff. The med scanner does not even recognize that this person has been punctured by an alien body. You're not even sure if your med scanner is working properly.
Hey, you fix the mechanical shit, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, my mechanical shit ain't working right because obviously this is problem. You come over here and fix my mechanical shit, and I fix doctor problem.
Have you tried turning it on and off again?
Yes. In fact, it was off in the beginning.
Yeah, just give it a cycle, like off and on again. Do that.
The second mate G speaks up at this point. Well, we clearly have to get back to the ship. This person has been potentially injured by this alien thing. Xenobiologist, you help me gather this potential sample up, and everybody, I think we're rolling back.
It's not real sample though. It's just dead.
Well,
We should really be looking farther into
opportunity later. We can come back.
Opportunity is only open for a short window of time, depending on the creature's lifespan and depending on how many hosts they have or how much opportunities they've had to eat. It could die depending on what it's eating and things like that. This could be the first time it's ever had an opportunity to eat in a long time, if you know what I mean. She glances around at everyone on the ship with it.
And a little bit of an orange dripping.
Is that a vote? Because I think, Xandra, you're going to be voted out of that one.
Oh, I always hate the democracy concept. We should really think about who.
That's why we have an officer who has ordered us back on the ship.
Did they order us back on the ship? I don't think they ordered us back on the ship.
I'm ordering that, by the way.
Oh my gosh. You know, it's not really. Oh, so you have the opportunity to fear. Are you in terror? Are you scared that we need to go back?
No, it's just that I think we should go back because some of us have been injured. This is a scientific mission after all.
Yeah, and we're all out of coffee too.
That's
right. Fine. We have no other choice. We go back. But before we do this, maybe if we just have a small opportunity that we gather some, I don't know, some of the goo that's around.
I'm a biology roll here, plus 10, to gather things and make note of strange xenobiological things. So give me your biology roll here, plus 10.
No.
Stuff you think might be useful. You're not sure if it will be useful or not, but you definitely gather it. And
if I had more time, I would be able to pick more stuff. I don't even know if this is going to be good or not. We have to rush back because people are cowards. Normally, this is great trait. This is a terrible trait this time. I really wanted to get opportunity. Maybe we have opportunity. Oh, we could probably make some things together. Ugh.
Yeah, you just grab a whole bunch of stuff, you throw it in the mug, and as you're on your way out, you hear the lawyer speaking with Lang, and he says, "Hey, so that seemed rather strange there. This might be a breach of quarantine protocol if we bring that potentially affected person back on."
Yeah, sure as hell. Dump him.
No. We don't want to lose opportunity to get the specimen into stasis.
Into breach of quarantine, you mean?
No, we put him in. We can put him in lots of things to keep himself from spreading. You know.
Yeah, but the thing is, the caterpillar doesn't have any isolation room that I know of.
Right, but
so is this a vote to leave?
I mean, hypothetically, we could put him in in one of the cold cargo units, but
yeah, to see that's a good idea. We can we store him in the cold cargo. Everything should be fine. And on top of that, if it is what it looks like, some old moss-looking fungus type, it won't spread through cold. It'll have a hard time with cold. You have to understand, this is opportunity, you know? Things
I think you're doing a lot of guesstimating on that one.
So,
I mean, even with disaster, do we find a little bit of growth?
Yeah, I don't want no growth.
I'd like to petition a vote. I think we shouldn't bring this person who potentially could be a quarantine risk onto the ship. All in favor of leaving him on the surface, raise your hand. And the lawyer raises his hand.
Of course you would, coward.
You two seem to be the only ones raising their hand, and
Yes.
you actually note that that Vesper says, "I'm abstaining," and it is 5 of you. And then when you get to the ship,
Wait. Vesper, the security officer, has no problem with that.
She charges her laser or her pulse rifle or whatever, and she says, "Look, if something needs doing, that's what I'm here for. If we're just talking about what needs to be done, I'll let you folks figure that one out. It's not what I'm paid for."
Look, let's talk about this. Maybe, okay. Have you ever had the opportunity to learn something that you've never learned before, right? We go to school for years, for many years to find out things that we've never known. But without us going to school, we would have never known it. It's very factual, unless it's like streetwise smart things like that. We have opportunity to learn something about the creature or maybe dead creature that may not know but later. If it is something that is parasitical, what's the difference from learning about it and maybe growing from it? We could probably find a lot about its evolutionary tactics and increase our own genetics to make it even better for us.
I don't know what you're going on about. You won the vote. I know you don't understand democracy, but you won the vote. You understand that?
Thank Jesus. No, I did not. I was really worried. That was the whole time I was talking while people were raising their hands. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, so it seems like you've won the vote, and when you get back to the Caterpillar, you note that the pilot doesn't necessarily tell you all to fuck off. They are amenable to you boarding, and in your ear as you do so, you hear the security officer whisper to you, laying, "Look, I'm not here for politics. I'm here to shoot anything that threatens the crew. So as soon as something threatens the crew that I can shoot."
Right. So you skipped prevention class, is what you're saying.
Look, I'm here for a very specific reason. If that reason arises, that's why I'm here, and I'll do my job.
Mm.
If you want to discuss minutia, you should talk to the lawyer. The lawyer, for his part, seems kind of confused and not sure what he voted for.
No.
As the ship ascends and reconnects to the main vessel, and I would give you all. Oh wait, have we been on the Stung to the Quick thing? Oh, there was there's whole visuals that I was supposed to show you. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is what the interior looks like, by the way. Goodness, I'm sorry. I've been keeping you at the ship this whole time. This is what the interior looked like. Sorry about not moving in here. So you return to the vessel, and you would note at this juncture that give me a biology roll. Anybody interested in looking over the group? It could be a based roll, regardless of if you have the skill.
I am quite excited.
Nice.
Coffee's finally kicked in.
Damn straight it seems to have. I'll give Milady Saito a second to roll that intellect biology. But while she does that, you notice that Dr. Carl Barker has been the absolutely most affected by the proceedings, but you note that Darwin G seems to have also experienced a puncture in his suit that he has not mentioned. And Milady Saito, your character, Dr. Zenra, notes this puncture in the suit as well, and begins to see a little bit of a dark black splotch in the center of the puncture, and a growing welt, which seems to be moving outward like ripples on a wave in slow motion, out towards the rest of the body.
She will lean over to Nicole and say, well, we only really need one that's technically infected. We don't want to bring two. Maybe we keep this one over here and we throw the other one to the airlock.
Yeah, you know what? I need another cup of coffee, and I'm gonna go run to find the captain.
Yeah.
Where are you going? This is so important. Wait, okay.
So you run to the helm, and the lawyer, by the way, kind of does things that aren't necessarily connected to you, and the security officer facilitates the arrival of the affected party, of which she is aware, to the medbay. Of course, no, I can't move her. Okay, cool. There, I can move her. So the scientist is now placed in the quarantine zone of the medbay. Second mate kind of mills about, and Zenra, I'm assuming you do stuff related to that, and yeah, so you find yourself, Nicole, laying in the captain's quarters, or sorry, the helm of the vessel, and the captain looks around and says, "You're back early. What's happened?"
Yeah, they brought some shit back on the ship, and I described like the two. Well, the doctor was like wrapped into some dead bee, and the puncture and the black weird shit on his second officer.
Oh shit! You're saying that my second mate's been infected too?
Well, I mean, it doesn't seem to be exactly the same situation, but there's definitely something going on. I know that they put Dr. Barker in quarantine right away, but I don't know what's up with what's his name? You know?
His name
No.
is Dr.
Darren G.
Darwin G. Yeah.
Darren G is with Dr. Zenra, and I'm not sure we want to leave your second officer with Dr. Zenra, because he might be more in trouble than from the infection.
That's a good point. We should put him in the med chambers overnight. Thank you for.
I tell you this, Vesper, because I'm really not sure about Zenra. She's got a few screw loose.
I'll page for her. Yes. You can head on over. I'll make sure that Vesper meets you when you arrive. And as she says, so it is. And Vesper, Zenra, and you, and the affected party coalesce on the other side of the umbilical. And
I would like to coalesce as far as possible.
I would like to find a way to get my infected little friend to my special area.
Yeah, maybe you actually meet on the other side of the umbilical in the kind of what do I call it? Room 8? I believe that is the lobby. Yes, you meet in the lobby of the vessel, and he, for for what it's worth, is denying any affectedness whatsoever. He seems to be expressing very clearly, "Oh, I'm fine. I didn't even get hit. I guess I got grazed.
I mean,
But remember,
accept
you
your
said-
respect. Fuck your noise. That's from the captain.
Well, it is also very important because remember, you promised me a DNA opportunity. A lot of people did, and I think it's very important that we stop in that area to do so.
Orders are orders.
That too.
Vesper,
That too.
That stands at attention when you say orders are orders. It seems that she's listening to you.
all right. So, to the quarantine zone.
I don't know if we go the wait
On
before
the
you go.
double.
Maybe we take. I would like to take a little bit of a sample from you just to make sure we can. Once you're quarantined, we might be able to get you out once afterwards if we prove that you do not have such quarantine.
Yeah,
necessary.
I don't think that taking samples respects quarantine. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's fine. How are we supposed to know if?
We'll page the captain. If you get permission from the captain for your sample.
She's gonna take off running towards the captain.
Amazing. So you leave, zombie bitten denialist with the playing.
and I'm gonna tell Vesper, go on the double. Let's get him in the quarantine zone.
Yeah, and that motherfucker's in the quarantine chamber as soon as even remotely possible. And it seems like the robot in charge of doing med stuff, Gabs, is happy to see you all and happy to remain in the quarantine section to tend to the flock that she has been granted. And
Good butt.
Thank you for working with Scabs. I am here to facilitate your operations. Issues you may experience. Allow me to ameliorate them.
It's going to what? Update them? Oh my god, no.
Yeah, so you get to the captain, and the captain's like, "I'm sorry, you just gotta let that sit."
No. If you don't understand, if it is something that we could use or the DNA, we're not going to get the opportunity later. It's very important that we get taken care of at least a little bit. If it is possible, we put a vial sample, right? Like DNA, like in a vial opportunity.
All right. You know what? Yes, fine. You are the
Yes.
on the vessel. Tell me what you want Scabs to take from our affected parties, and I will have her handle the situation for you.
Blood samples. Blood samples. Yep. Can we get the arm by chance? If I could get a whole arm, that would be pretty good. But I understand how that could be pretty evasive.
We will avoid removing limbs unless that becomes necessary. But you are
Great. But that's an opportunity. It's on the board. Okay, good. Cool.
We'll take care of that. And you find that it is getting towards the end of the day, and you feel comforted by the fact that they are all behind the quarantine doors, and that the captain is taking care of the situation. Everybody is fine, aside from the two affected parties potentially, and you are ordered to go to sleep.
I will pop a sleeping pill because there's no way I'm going to sleep on my own.
If you want, I've made some wonderful opportunities. We have some. I have in the med bay that will tranquilize you just perfectly.
Yeah, no, it's good. I got a prescription. I got my own.
Are you sure? The prescription dosage is very weak if you think about it. It's only used for like very minimal usage. They really don't use tranquilizers like they should.
Horrendous. So you awake the next day to the dulcet, darling sounds of klaxons blaring, and you hear Warning. Quarantine. Breach. Warning.
Fucking
Fine.
course, I knew it.
What
Over
do
the,
you- If we were gonna get breached anyways, could you imagine what I could have done overnight if I would have just been allowed a specimen?
I bet we're breached because of your requests.
I only got to one blood sample. The likeliness of that is very small.
Yeah, that's something exiting quarantine. That's technically a
One
quarantine breach.
one sample would not do much. Comparatively, I would have rather have an actual creature. We could have actually done research on it later. During the night, I could have used opportunities to find out what affects it, what doesn't affect it. Now we're going to be going in completely unknowing.
You know, the two of you, as well as Vesper and the lovely, luscious lawyer Max Voigtram, have all four of you awoken around the same time, hearing the same klaxons, and similarly purposed with, potentially figuring out what the hell's going on.
I would like to jump into my vac suit.
Done.
Thank you.
I will do the same. Jump into my vac suit. Still super depressed with the situation.
Fair. Seeing that everybody else is getting backed up, the lawyer dons a hazmat a suit, and you note that you genuinely haven't seen Vesper outside of her suit of armor, so you assume that she has not. You assume she slept in it. Let's just say. So, what's the plan?
Look,
It's like the bodyguard are all deferring to the two of you.
look, if this creature expands quickly, it's obvious to see that it needs organisms. Whatever we have on our ship right now is making it survive a lot faster and flourish a lot easier. Either it's surviving off of its hosts or it's surviving off of the environment that we're feeding it. Otherwise, I'm not sure the differentials. We didn't really get to stay very often. Long story short, if we kill its host, it should do its job. It just is such an awful ruin opportunity.
Vesper, you heard what she said?
Yes, kill. That's...
Yeah,
What
I
I-
thought that's like the one thing you answered to. We gotta go kill.
But
It's
Yeah.
Christmas. Yay.
but if it's possible, we can keep it alive. Maybe you know for.
arm, and you can see the blue light emanating from within, and you can see them shining against the visor that Vesper seems to be wearing at all times. If you were a superstitious person, you might assume that it was an almost demonic glee in the reflection that you see from the shining blue light of the plasma rifle that she is bearing in her arms. It seems as though she was put on this plane of existence for one purpose and one purpose only, and that has finally come to bear.
It's Christmas for Vesper.
Yeah, Vesper is happy. Vesper is going first, and the lawyer turns to the group and says, "Haha, well, see, I'm not a betting man, but odds are in our favor. Why don't we all stick together in that case, and perhaps we can stay together unless the going gets rough."
I mean, I guess as long as Vesper doesn't say that her gun is jam, I got nothing to do with that situation.
I too do not like to kill people. I prefer to litigate, but some things you just can't.
I prefer to stay away from danger, personally. I mean, it's not like my job description doesn't list like handling breach of quarantine and putting down hosts, so I'll keep to mine.
Horrible. We really shouldn't have let them on the ship. Whew, that was a big no-no. Definitely writ that down in my logs.
We could have captured in better opportunities, definitely. But it's wasted now because they're probably going to get murdered. And we're not going to be able to do any experiments on them.
He turns to you, Lang, very specifically to you, and whispers so closely into your ear. You strike me as a very reasonable person. I would very much like to not die tonight. I spent a lot paying for this body, and between the two of us, I think you and I make a wonderful team. So maybe we can survive this and work out the rest later.
Yeah, I'm all about not going to poke the goo thing. You can sit in the back. I got a submachine gun. What you got?
My words, which is, in hindsight,
Useless, if that makes sense.
unless they need an advocate. Court.
Nope. Yeah. No, you're useless. Thank you for the opportunity for telling us.
Do we have some form of armory or like weapons cache on the ship?
It seems that the only weapons on the ship were brought by Best Vesper, and she's using them.
No. Okay.
All right. Let's see what I got. I got a submachine gun. Wow. No, I'm not even gonna hand him over the spanner. I could always use it in close combat in a pickle. So I'm gonna hang on to my spanner and my submachine gun. Fuck the lawyer.
Well,
Lance out here making wise decisions.
I don't really do the fighting thing, but is there a way that we can maybe cut off some of the oxygen in certain areas of the ship? That would probably do a good job. And
assuming that thing breathes the same thing as we do.
If it lives off its host, the host breathes oxygen, so eventually it would die.
How clear are we on the host parasite situation, though?
I mean, that's what they call experimentation. And if we have the opportunity to experiment, why not take the opportunity now?
Well, you can probably try and find the life support room. It shouldn't be all that difficult. I mean, there's definitely one in the main area. Let me just...
If we take away the oxygen from the host and it does die, and then we don't have to worry about it anymore, we leave it for quarantine in those specific areas for a good while, and we should get the husks that we saw later on. However, if it doesn't die and the host and the body continues to move, then it's proven that the parasite is doing the most of the mobility, and we choose a different option.
Right, so you would be able to get access to the life support of the primary facility through the lobby. You would have to go down go down and up to the other floor. There are 2 floors on this vessel. Gravity works like I'm about to describe. The floor is gravity, whether you're on one side of the floor or the other.
At least the floor isn't lava yet.
Oh no!
The floor is the opposite of lava. The floor is gravity, and if you pop in through a hole, you find yourself in an exactly opposite gravitational zone. This shouldn't bear very much relevance to the plot tonight, but it is the technology we're dealing with. Entering the lobby, you find that gain you access to the lower level or the upper level if you're on that level. When you're here, though, you also hear a bit of a something in the air.
Whoa! Warren, you're assuming the lawyer and I are following Dr. Zandra. I
mean, I can't go by myself. I need
at least
to work.
one room behind. You go in the front. You're so interested, you go in the front.
You're the one who does the mechanics things. You're the one who's gonna need to have to.
Yeah,
work
there's
the
no mechanics
oxygen.
involved so far. You just holler at me if something's broken.
I don't know what do you mean if it's something's broken. I need you to work on the actual mechanisms to make the oxygen.
I can't back a room without direct orders from the captain.
Okay, well we're not going anywhere then. Neither one of us.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm gonna call on the comms the captain and run them over Dr. Zendra's course of action and ask if they want me to space a room.
Contacting the captain results in a very loud, humming, buzzing noise over the intercoms. It does not seem like anybody's home.
I'm gonna try and turn it on and off again.
The
The comms.
ominous.
Yeah, power cycle that comes.
Does it work? Does it work?
I would ask to roll, but frankly, it's not going to work, and there's no way.
I know, but she would try to power cycle at first.
You're hearing a lot of buzzing on the other end.
Yeah, fuck. Okay,
Almost sounds like static, except it's definitely not.
okay, the lawyer's with us. So,
Thing beside slash behind you.
yeah, so,
Holding a briefcase. Defensively.
what'd you think? We space that room? Are you taking, legal responsibility?
I deny responsibility of anything that is about to happen, but I will report it. And you strike me as an educated and responsible individual. Perhaps
Okay.
I will note
I-
that in my.
I will have you note down that Dr. Zendra is taking responsibility of vacuuming the room, and I will proceed.
It has been noted.
I mean, the
All right.
worst thing that could happen if it doesn't work out, we just kill the lawyer and move on.
No, what I'm saying is like the quarantine zone has 2 crew members, so it's potentially murder.
I know, that's why I said we just kill the lawyer and nothing to have to worry about.
Sure. So you want me to proceed with emptying all oxygen from the quarantine zone?
Yes, we do. We need to do what we have to do to make sure that the
All right.
You
Let's
would have
go.
to. Yeah, you would have to go to the other side of this and get into the life support room. So you go through the lobby down to the. Wow, I'm very happy that I made the math as I did. Fun times. I'm just going to move you up a little bit, and you all are on the other side. There's a room adjacent to you to the north. I'm assuming you enter through the south, closer to the quarantine room.
Mhm.
Feel free to say otherwise. But there is a room to the south of you. Let me pop this hype music up. There's a room to the north of you, sorry. And you know that would connect to the life support. So a lot of you are going in, yes?
Mhm.
Okay. So immediately upon opening the door, you see something that you were perhaps not expecting to see. Something that definitely does not belong here. About the size of a head, a human head, a creature flits about within the interior of this room, and it looks something like this.
I would like to kill it with fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, what sort of fire things do you have on your person?
A submachine gun.
Please, go ahead and roll your combat.
All right. So, do I click my submachine gun, or is there initiative first, or?
Yeah, if you put it in correctly, then you can go ahead and click it. Otherwise, it would be a submachine gun plus military training, if you have that.
I do not believe I have any military training. No, I don't. All right, let's go.
Look at that. Okay, yeah. So you fire your fucking weapon, and this motherfucker gets absolutely immolated in the blast. Just fully bullet stroke, and spitting out orange goop along the walls as the thing is no longer registering on anybody's life scanners, and it oozes onto the floor.
Now that's what I call troubleshooting.
Vesper says, nice shot.
Ha.
I will note that as a antagonistic force in the future. Good work.
So I will try to avoid any close proximity with the remains of that bug, because us engineers are very bug averse.
I would assume as such. So you pop on into the life support room, and it seems to be kind of in a bit of disarray. You tried to fix it the other day. It seems like somebody else has been in there, and they didn't know what the fuck they were doing when they did, and they said it to be way more human than it needs to be, and honestly, you're not sure what they were intending to do, but there's definitely some futzing around with the atmosphere level.
It's fucking Ricardo again. Like, I should never put him on life supports again. Okay, good. Fix this shit.
Yeah, so give me a mechanical repair.
Right.
+10.
You said mechanical repair. I do have it plus 10%, and you're giving me another 10%?
Yep, and
okay.
Intelligence, strength, or speed for this.
All right. So what's my best one? Speed. Good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Huge success. I'm gonna say that's so good that you notice the last person in here logged out, and they used the captain's log code. Although you would note that the captain's log code is good for both the captain and the guest of honor, the appraiser.
Right. I'll take note of that.
Yeah, so
I'm just gonna mutter to myself, sorry, Ricardo. It's not on you this time.
Yeah. You know for a fact that you left Ricardo sleeping back in the cryo. But you have made sure that the air is good in here, and you have control over other regions of the ship. So what would you like to do with regards to life support?
Yeah, we wanted to create a vacuum in what was that room again?
Quarantine?
Yeah, quarantine, yeah.
It is done. There is no air in quarantine. At least that's what your machinery is telling you.
Alright.
Mission accomplished? What's your next?
So what next, Sandra?
Now we wait. To find out if it actually worked. I'm quite excited. If there's the cameras in maybe this room, we could find out and we could visually watch it happen. That's sometimes pretty fun.
Not in this room, but you know the helm would have, obviously, plenty of visuals for you to peruse.
Let's go. We can go to the helm and watch it together. You maybe get yourself a cup of coffee while we watch and see what happens.
Yeah, you certainly could. Even especially considering that going to the helm would put you in directly quarantine zone, and main cafeteria, if you would like.
We have to go through the quarantine zone to get there.
Well, no, the quarantine zone is sectioned away. You do not. I mean,
Okay.
not the quarantine zone, but you would have to go through the med bay, which does off on an offshoot of itself, which, by the way, could be, removed from the ship with the push of a button. Does have access to the quarantine zone, so you'd be able to look through a window at it.
I want to look it through the window.
Okay.
As long as
Looking through the window, you see two strange shapes on the other side of the facility. Two strange and player token. Almost recognizable shapes. They are bereft of any things emerging from the mouth of them. You dealt with the atmosphere situation, so that there's nothing, atmospherically speaking, that would facilitate the emergence of wasp-like creatures. But you can imagine that these grotesque and oblong growths protruding from the sides of the walls once the second mate Darwin G and the xenoarchaeologist Dr. Carl Barker. You can make out some facial features. They're not entirely covered in the strange rippling welts that you noticed emanating from the sting site. But for the most part, they are completely and utterly unhumanized before you. And what's more, the quarantine glass seems to have been breached, and an atmosphere shutter has completely covered the breach once your life support button was pressed.
so the glass between me and these bug creatures have been broken slightly.
Yeah, but you fixed the thing with the life support, so it's closed now. Now. What's that, though?
I'd like to ready the system to dump that part of the ship.
Yep, it doesn't take all that much. You do it with ease, and pretty soon these...
I thought you said this was murder.
Yeah, they're dead.
Face.
Can we at least take... I mean, the creatures weren't dead inside.
Did you want to be one of those?
No, I don't want to be one of them.
Yeah,
yeah. I would like... Do you have a dead one? We could have had a dead one.
Well, it's too late now.
I know it's already gone. Goodbye, little creatures. Your bodies will be remembered.
So, where do you go from here?
I would like to go to the helm to try and find the captain.
Okay.
Or any other members of the crew.
Okay, wonderful. So,
do you think if it's a parasitical, like an actual insect? I was really hoping for something else. But if it is actually an insect, we probably should think about...
Sandra, you understand I'm a mechanical engineer?
I know, I just like to hear sometimes my own voice and such.
Yeah, you betcha.
I do, I really do. But there should be a way that we could inject them with something that could at least
could have, should have, it is what it is.
No, I'm talking about for other people that may already be infected now.
What? There are other people infected? And I ready my submachine gun.
Well, if there was a breach, there's always a possibility, you know? I always like to look on the upside, you know? Look on the upside.
So you move into the food quarters, and it is ransacked. There's food all over the floor, strewn everywhere. It seems like the Cheerios and Special K that they had been
Not the Cheerios. That was the only thing I ever eat.
for not appealing to whatever ransacked this room. And you would note that the fridge was opened, and there was once meat in the fridge. It is no longer there. However, you do see a desiccated section of once frozen, crudely thawed, and now completely blood and liquid free desiccated meat also strewn around the facility as well.
First things first, what's the coffee situation?
It's untouched.
It's sealed? I'm gonna grab a cup of just like the container of sealed instant coffee, and I will turn to the lawyer and Vesper and say, we're all in vac suits. I say we try to find any surviving members of the crew. Once we've done one round, we vac the whole ship for 10 minutes and survive on the vac suits, and then we can restart the air generators.
Excellent idea. You can go ahead and the lawyer opens his suitcase, and you see on the inside there is a revolver, but also a finely ironed suit, as well as a number of other papers documents and such on the inside. And he says, "Why don't you put the coffee right on in here? I'll shut it up. It'll be good for as long as it takes."
Yeah, no, my coffee.
Never mind. The seal is unbreached, and you see actual air being pumped out of the interior of the suitcase, and the combination lock is relocked. And he says, "Never mind that. Onwards and upwards. Let's go with your plan. Seems to be the safest."
Yeah, so we'll have to go to the helm to first check on if there's any crew.
Sounds right to me. Any objection?
No.
I mean,
And if is there? Oh yeah. Well, never mind. We'll get there when we get there.
I mean, if there's a possibility, we could probably put something in their system, you know what I mean? And make it... It looks like they're carnivores, if that whatever it seems like they ate was only meat, right?
Seems like they only wanted the liquid from the meat.
So, like, if they're wanting only the liquid, why don't we overpower the human system with it, we can make them really drunk. The good thing is, if we make them really, really drunk, then whatever creature is sapping the liquid from them, they would also get a good portion of alcohol. And a creature that small would get alcohol poisoning a lot faster than anything else.
Yeah,
and then
formulate an absolutely groundbreaking theory on how to resolve this issue as you step into the helm and see a beautifully human-sized and absolutely unsmall creature standing before you.
I would like to kill it with fire.
It is joined by
That's
a couple.
Catherine! Don't kill it!
But yeah, please give me your fire. Fire away.
No,
All right.
Catherine!
Let's go, troubleshooting skills. Don't let me down.
He said we would name it.
I will say, I'm going to roll somebody who show up as
No.
Brent, but who is
Man,
not.
I should have been a sharpshooter instead of an engineer.
Marvelous.
Work.
Let's go ahead and whoop. All right, so the person showing up as Brandy will actually be the Marine for you. Wow, shit roll. Wow, you rolled way better. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I'm saying I should have been a sharpshooter.
Yes.
That's some troubleshooting skills.
Abundant, and you would note pointedly bluer than the creatures you slew earlier, or than the creature you slew earlier, flying on its own. It emerges from what you would assume to be some sort of nest, although in thinking about it, Zandra would note that the nest seems to be notably biological in nature and less of a papier-mâché nest and more of a maybe human
Like
skin, no longer can be the interior of a human.
Is that probably our captain? Is that possible?
The human skin might have the captain's scarf attached to it. Yes.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Its wings and a buzzing noise emerges from their end. And you fire away, and it takes that hit in stride, and it seems very wounded, for what it's worth. The other two around it seem quite less so, and I think we roll initiative.
All right. So,
is it possible for us to figure out if this maybe be the like the queen or the pack leader of some sorts?
Queen-based species from your quick estimation, but roll me in biology. I'll give you a +10. Nice. I didn't even. So yeah, no. This seems to be a queenless society. This is not your alien versus predator style xenomorph. This is a species absolutely different from that, and probably one more akin to wasps as a species to base this off of. Kind of more of an independent swarming species rather than a hive-based structured species. One that likes others, but is utterly independent in and of itself.
So it's possible that this is just like an evolution form that's already been of like the other little tiny things would have been evolved too, if given enough time.
With that biology roll, I would say Zenra, it looks like this is a combination of both human and the species you saw earlier. This is what research has been pushing you towards. This is a hybrid. This is something you might want to collect samples from when it is.
It's beautiful.
About to kill you.
For initiative, it's what, speed, or what do we roll? You're breaking up.
Yeah.
Speed?
You're breaking up that.
Speed,
okay.
Speed. Nice.
Yeah, I'm looking at those numbers. It doesn't look like somebody's gonna get to collect any samples.
I know. I'm rolling so bad. I'm rolling so bad.
I'm sorry we get to live and not infect the core worlds.
I want it so bad.
Let me just plop a block. And let me actually go ahead and use that as a good roll for. Okay. All right.
In fairness, I was thinking to myself, even if I trank it, what's gonna stop Nicole from actually starting it on fire afterwards?
Well, what might stop you from setting it fire on afterwards is the fact that Nicole's actually going first.
Yep.
Yep, No, agree.
So,
then Vesper, then the wasp creatures, then the lawyer, and then scientists are going.
all right. So I would like to kill it further.
Before you make your action, make sure you think about the scientific opportunities that are available to us in the future.
She's learned a long time ago to just block the Zenra shatter.
My God.
Okay, so there's something I think it transfers to Mothership, but anyone who's ever played Alien RPG with me knows I always make those crazy ass rolls.
God, that's fucking incredible because
Yeah, and everyone that's witnesses the first time is like, yeah, you've been like failing all your like skills checks and whatever, but when it's time to pick up a gun, you're just mowing down.
Yep.
yes,
It's always
that's a beautiful roll. You turn towards what you expect was once the captain, and almost regretfully, you level the submachine gun at this creature, and the creature, for its part, looks at you with its wispy face, as if it knows what is to come next, and stands upright, almost resigned to its fate, almost like there's a little bit of the captain in it still. Go up a stretch, and it's dead.
It had cognition.
By the way, both of you just go up another stress in general, because
Okay,
I did not assign a stress very well.
Alright, so one stress more.
Yeah, you should be at 4, and,
Okay.
and effectively
You're breaking up a little bit again.
4 and 3.
4 for me?
You have 4. She should have 3.
Okay.
Because in her insanity, she has not gained very much stress.
Yeah, I know. She's chill as fuck about the whole situation. I got no chill. No chill.
No,
Just
no,
burning. You're burning.
Got a lot of fire though.
You're burning the opportunity for human advancement.
Oh, you have plenty of opportunity. There are still 2 in the room. You dealt your thing, and by the way, it's going to take a move action to reload your weapon because you are not military trained.
Oh no!
So, do I lose a turn or I'm not?
You're not
I
moving.
don't remember.
It's about moving. So, like, if you volunteer to stay where you are, you can reload.
All right, I will.
I just want to make sure that we're all aware we only need 1 alive, so if we kill both 2 of them, it's absolutely fine.
Okay. It
I
is
mean,
a turn.
Base case scenario.
Sorry,
you know.
it's Vess's turn, and Vess, you see the pulse rifle in her eyes as she looks at her surroundings, and you see like blue flames light across her her visor as she levels her weapon and probably scores an absolutely depressingly bad result. But let's have it.
I'm somehow I'm always Ripley.
Her. Let's see what happens. What happens next? That is actually a hit.
Yeah.
As she levels her plasma rifle towards one of the 3, and it is completely smoked. Orange guts splay across the walls, and it is completely eviscerated. The bluish black iridescent carapace smacking against Zenra's visor of her vac suit, and the orange blood kind of lingering there on the outside of your vac suit. Might even be able to collect a sample from it.
Never mind.
No,
We have an opportunity in a different way. You know, there's opportunities in every... Like I told you, every time that there is death, there is a chance.
About this absolutely religious-esque rhetoric, One of these wasps comes towards you and attempts to level its wasp-like stinger upon you. Roll me a check.
Roll me which one?
That-
Sorry.
Armor check.
Armor check.
Should be one of your 4 saves.
Oh god.
By the way, I expect this to go towards 12:30/12:45. If that's fine with everything.
Yep.
Mhm.
But if we go over like
12:45.
12:45, I would need like a 5-minute probably.
Oh,
Like a
completely.
5-minute break if we go over.
If you need to take a break before that, just let me know.
It's good.
Okay, Zenra, that is a
They'll save by 1.
slim fail. Okay, so Zenra,
Warren, she's got 2 banked. It's dangerous to go alone.
Yes, I was gonna ask what that does.
yes. Okay, so Zenra, your armor is penetrated. You have experienced a breach in your suit. Period. But you notice the stinger pulling out of you has landed upon one of those samples you were investigating earlier. It is a petri dish with human hybrid cells that you were trying to see the viability of. It wasn't one of the most likely ones, but you thought maybe best to keep it on person just in case. And often the most unlikely way, as the petri dish itself was penetrated, but the glass on the other side of the petri dish perfectly intact, and the stinger pulls away with the petri dish in it, and you see orange gel puncture the interior of the petri dish, and you watch as this orange gel actually starts to affect the human cells growing within the petri dish. You notice them intaking the orange gel and start to expand and propagate in and of themselves in a little bit of a strange orange and human toned hybrid growth on the interior of the petri dish, almost like a cancer.
Yeah, fuck cancer.
It's rapid, and as you watch, as it pulls away, you start to see a bluish carapace sort of structure forming on the interior of the petri dish as it's shot off into the corner of the room. You are safe. Your petri dish, on the other hand, might have revealed something very, 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 very important. Feel free to roll biology if you're not capable.
Yes. I'm gonna roll.
Connecting 2 to 2.
I think that we're screwed if I'm getting the right read, but let me just double check.
Plus 30 on this. That's going to be the other dangerous to go on. This is pretty obvious to you. Was that
You're breaking up, Pat.
Oh shit. I'm sorry. Was that 31 your biology roll? Never mind.
Yes.
Ignore my expenditure of that other dangerous to go on. There's still one in the hole for you.
Oh, thank God.
Numbers. Your biology roll reveals to you that these things sting you and change you and turn you into them. And what you're looking at is the result of a human plus wasp monster.
So is it possible that the brain is still there, or is it like a?
Ooh, you are.
You're breaking up again.
I'm sorry.
You're not sure about that.
Oh, dang it! Oh,
It's
it would be
possible,
pretty cool.
it's possible you can maintain your own mentality in the form of whatever that is.
That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. There is opportunities at the whoever that was. It's possible that we could still reach them.
It is not your turn. However, it is the lawyer's turn, and the lawyer, with great expertise, pops open his suitcase, draws his, I'm going to say revolver, closes the suitcase, points the revolver at the enemy, and that is his turn. It is now your turn.
I was gonna say, what is the lawyer gonna do? Serve him papers?
He's gonna for that.
Oh no!
If he has, he's behind. To be clear, everybody though.
I wish to tranquilize. I'm not quite sure how to do that though.
Do you have any trank rounds on you?
I have a tranquilizer pistol, so I would assume.
And roll your combat. You're just using your tranquilizer pistol.
So,
if it's listed as a weapon, you can just click on the name.
Okay, cool. It's listed as a weapon, but it doesn't give me an opportunity to click
combat plus whatever bonuses you might otherwise have, because it's always combat.
Okay. And tranquilizer pistol gives me what plus? Cautious.
Does it give you a bonus from itself?
Nope, it doesn't. Okay.
Just combat then. Unfortunately.
No, I'm never gonna get a specimen.
You fire your rifle off, and it hits the hard metal of the wall, and you hear a splitting, buzzing noise, as if in response.
You know, if you're really interested in survival, you should just take that dart that I missed and then just put it in your body. I'm talking to you, Mr. Bug Person, because I'm hoping that maybe you're, still in there of normal capacity. I don't know if that's a yes or not. I don't speak bug, but I'm working on opportunities for later.
Nicole, it is your turn.
You're breaking up.
It is your...
I'm sorry.
Shit. Do you not hear me?
You're breaking up.
Yeah, sorry.
Bummer.
Okay. I will roll my troubleshooter. Not this time.
Oof. Ouch. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, wow. I don't know. I really don't know why because I'm seeing everything perfectly. I'm hearing everything perfectly. I have absolutely no indication when I'm not coming in great. So just let me know.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing, but you're good now, so go.
Okay, that is a failure. Are you gonna reload or are you gonna move?
I'm gonna reload.
Okay, you're standing where you are, reloading, and it is Vess's turn. Vess turns towards the thing, and if you could make out an expression on her face, it would be just peachy. Let me get her stats up real quick. She seems enthusiastic and ready to
roll.
Ready to rumble. Pop that out. Pop open. Should I don't know. Why is it not doing the thing for me? Okay, there it is. Character sheet. Press button and a boop and.
Oh, I've got the thing I have to tell you. I was trying to hold it off till later, but just a heads up, if they do strike you, it's automatically bad thing. It may cause you to lose an opportunity to be you anymore, but it's no big deal.
That comment distracts the
Do we have to crank up our stress because of her?
Go up a stress, and frankly, the creature is kind of up at 1 So it has an opportunity to attack one more time, and it is absolutely going to use it. Brandy, I'm afraid you're up front. Or sorry, Zendra, you're up.
Oh, I know. Here we go. I'm gonna use my if it succeeds, I'm going to.
Since you love them so much, you know.
I know.
Since you love them so much.
Oh no, that's my last opportunity to survive. I have that one last banked, and that is it.
Ooh! It narrowly misses, though.
Oh, thank God! So I have one more less still banked.
It's more good God.
You're the wasp whisperer, you know, like just about they're about to hit you. They're like, oh no, not that one.
Look, I'm the one who is vouching for your opportunity to survive. I remember there's still a human in there, maybe something possibly, but we would need to do some science to find out. Have you ever thought about maybe, I don't know, getting into a cold vac, to survive?
That is, as you mentioned this, it pulls its stinger away, and you look and you note that last puncture wound actually penetrated the mug that you had on your person that once belonged to none other than
Oh no!
Your Nicole Lang that you kept on your person because it had cool, interesting samples on the inside of it. It is thoroughly fucked and no longer functional as a vessel, but also saved your fucking life.
But I'm sorry. That's a retro Dunkin' Donuts cup from Earth. It is irreplaceable.
Nicole, I have bad news. How important was that mug to you?
It was like my child.
Oh, well, then never mind.
I don't know what that means. I really don't. But anyway, the lawyer starts shooting with a gun. This should be a bad sign for everybody.
Oh no.
And understandably misses. And he looks at the group and says, "I'm not much of a shooter myself. I feel like I'm in danger, though.
Like you're in danger of shooting one of us. That would be very unfortunate. If you
please take this from me."
I don't know how to shoot it. I don't shoot people. I dissect them after they're dead. Or if they're alive, whichever one gets to me easier.
Does this note she said people, not creatures?
Well, I mean, everything that's living is an opportunity to dissect them, I mean...
The lawyer, harangues himself with his hand. He's just like, what the hell have I gotten myself into? As it turns around to be Lang's turn.
Alright. Let's finish this troubleshooting already. Wanna go home.
Your gun jams, and you crack of the ammunition. It stumbles upon the floor, completely cascading. You reach around, and you're not sure where to look, frankly, because this is one of those proof floorings that you've encountered before, and they have very wide holes, large apertures through which even magazines might collapse. And as you do so, Vesper pops a shot, and let's see how she does. God, just the worst. Just all the worst rolls. What the fuck?
It's because I mentioned my stupid luck that I jinxed myself, and the rest of the crew were dead now.
Legitimately
No,
so
I
sorry.
hope not, but it's possible.
Why this is happening? You should be doing better than this. But let's see. Let's see what the wasp does in exchange. Oh,
Very well.
Zenra. Can you please roll me an armor check?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no.
Critical failure.
So I'm gonna use that last banked thing and then call, and then if that.
That was the thing that you just had because close misses can be rolled any way I decide, and that was the way I decided it. So, roll me a body save, please,
Oh god.
at disadvantage, because that was a critical failure. So you hit the
Oh god.
advantage toggle, and we just take the worst result. I mean, roll again, because it could be worse. Could be a critical fail. Nope. It was 62. So yeah, you feel a stinger inside of you, and you feel yourself pumped into with a strange fluid that you don't recognize, you don't want, you don't necessarily feel comfortable with, but it's in there doing things
Oh god.
now. And yeah, so there's an invisible token tracker, but put yourself at 1 as you feel all of a sudden a bit of a headache come on. You feel shivery and warm. You feel heat inside of you, heat that you weren't expecting. And it's not affecting your judgment yet, but you know you've been punctured. You know that you've been stung. Good.
You are full of opportunity.
You could.
I am now.
Burnt.
There is only one thing to do. I am going to cryostase myself. We are in the close to that room, right?
You would note that since you jettisoned the quarantine room, the closest cryo sleep room is probably past the appraiser's office in the
It's gonna take too long.
not actually that long to get to, actually. Very close. The cat does not have cryostasis, but the appraiser's corporate suite does, for sure. It is actually the lawyer's turn. The lawyer is going to attempt vainly to attack again. Probably missing, but let's see. Yep, really horribly missing. It is now your turn, Zenra. It's all on you.
Here is my plan. So humans can't die from being below 0, but bugs can absolutely die from being above 0. So my goal is to get my body to be below 0, and cryospace would absolutely do that. It is going to be that is a unfortunate waste of a species, but I can't research it if it takes over my body.
I mean, hey, you could always take samples from yourself.
When I'm alive, to be able to make an opportunity to know what it is doing.
Roll me a biology plus 20, I'm gonna say, to make sure that you know what the fuck you're doing.
Okay, here we go.
You got this. I believe in you.
I hope so.
Yes, you do! You know
Oh my god.
about. This is absolutely the case. If you get into cryo, you will be able to hold this off. You will be able to stop the infection. And you know that you saw it took a couple hours for the infection to spread amongst the others. So honestly, if you get to cryo right now, worst case scenario, have to amputate a little bit of yourself, and that's fine. That's totally manageable.
Absolutely.
Get that, you know? So
Can
you
I-
can do it. You can do it. You're fine
Okay.
for now. You feel a little bit of a headache, a little bit of a fever setting on. Aside from that, though, you think putting yourself in cryo, do the trick.
Okay.
You're, within a couple hours, because otherwise you're not sure.
I will look to Nicole, I hate to say this, but I do need to go. I just got punctured. Little bit of information. These are insect-like creatures, so it's possible that if their body temperature reaches past 0, they'll die. So, vacuum of space, really great. And she's gonna start booking it. Really wanted to have specimen, don't want to be a specimen myself. Personal issues apart, if you can make sure to, I don't know, vacuum most of area, or I don't know, drop the temperature. Human race can go past 0 degrees, but whole ship, would be great. Make it, turn their air conditioner on or open up windows,
All right.
Bye.
Good.
Gosh.
It really sucks that we're not gonna get an opportunity to get a specimen, and you just hear this as she's running.
I think it's my turn next.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so how far to get to atmosphere control?
You would have to run behind you, leaving Vesper behind.
No, I take them with me.
Okay. All right, so yeah, but you would have to get to. You would have. Ooh, there's a couple rooms.
Yeah, I'm thinking of like exiting the helm.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And there's probably a door. I'd like to lock it for good.
Okay. I'm gonna say you're able to do that, and you're able to fire if you would like. You can move into the other room and fire to cover for Vesper's retreat.
Yeah, I'd grab, in that case, my submachine is out.
The lawyer never entered this room and has been waiting behind you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
The lawyer was waiting behind you the whole time.
The lawyer?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to clear out because you're breaking up. My submachine gun jam fucked, no good. I can grab the lawyer's gun, correct?
Oh, yeah, no, you,
Okay.
yes. And I believe I did mention that it was jammed, yes. You
Okay.
grab the lawyer's gun, lawyer does not protest.
Okay, so what's the damage on his gun?
I'm gonna say 3d6.
3d6? Okay. I'm gonna roll it as a submachine gun, but I've changed the damage if I do hit, okay?
Perfect, yes.
Alright. I don't...
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. Somehow that is a miss. And you are, however, capable of grabbing Vesper. Roll me a speed check to see
Alright.
how far Vesper gets. If it is a failure, Vesper will be halfway through the door. If it is a success, Vesper will be within the room with you. Zenra is on the other side, different trajectory, going a different way. That is a success. Vesper is in the door with you. You have Vesper, the lawyer, and yourself in the room with you. The door shuts, and you leave the still surviving wasp hybrid creature in that room.
Well, I wanted to lock behind us.
Perfect. It is locked behind you. No way that thing can open it.
Yeah, we are back on the replay path.
Zenra, you have comms with the rest of the team, although you're not physically adjacent to them.
So we're doing the cold thing, right? That would be really great.
We're on our way.
Okay, great. Going to cryostasis is super important. If someone ever gets stung, make sure they get into cryostasis or get into a room that's going to be very zero cold. If they're in cryostasis,
I'm gonna drop the whole ship to 0 Kelvin.
great. If you get into cryostasis, it would be really important because of 0 Kelvin, of course, blah 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 blah. But the time frame too would help kill the whatever remaining in their blood
what
cells.
I'm trying to do is drop the ship to 0 Kelvin ASAP.
Okay, great. Okay, bye.
Amazing. All right, Zenra, roll me a speed check, please.
Oh,
Actually, both you and Lang, roll me a speed.
All right.
Oh god. Oh, good check.
Go on, Zenra! I am so sorry! Okay, that's a pass! Look at you! All right, wonderful. I'm gonna do a little behind the scenes thingy. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see what that does. Disadvantage. Okay, cool. So yeah, Zenra, you managed to get adjacent to the room that you know to be the appraiser's quarters. Lang, you managed to get right on top of the room that'll take you down to the other section. But you notice that Vess, in all of her armor, is lagging a little bit behind you, and you are well ahead of her. The lawyer has actually already slipped onto the other side, and you are waiting for her.
I'm not waiting. I'm dashing. I wouldn't have left Vesper inside the room, but now I'm dashing for the temperature control.
Good. You are one room away from temperature control, and Vesper is in the lobby. And I'm gonna say, since we've gone this far, let's have a quick 5-minute break. We will not be very much longer after this, though. I promise you.
No, it's good. Just as I can get a quick 5 at this point.
Yeah, just a quick 5-minute break.
All right. See you in a bit.
Back. We'll be back.
We'll be back.
I will also be back.
Fair enough. I will be back myself.
Hold on, what's up? Chat? What's going on here? Hey, completely nobody, not much. I'm gonna refresh the OBS Ninja and hope that fixes it. Okay. I'm loading back in some stuff. Can anybody hear me in the Ninja? Thank you, Lena, for watering the Lee. I see a Pat. Pat's in a bit of a slideshow mode. Pat, you are muted, by the way.
The absolute audacity of this computer to be, like, shitting you like this.
Oh no, is the computer breaking down?
I don't know, I'm using my phone. Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you. I am not getting Veronique or Milady Saito.
No. They're both off. It's 5-minute break.
Understood.
Needed a 5-minute break.
Yeah, Sorry, I heard something that sounded like shouting, and I looked over and there was nobody on, and I was like, oh, I should probably be on the con.
Amazing. No. It's fine. Everything's fine. We are,
Fine here. Well, how are you? Yeah. All right, I'll just throw up the mothership art that you did as a brief symbol. We know that it's a 5-minute break. That is now a cooler Samus. Yeah, she is a very cool Samus.
okay. Cooler Samus?
We gotta do a bounty hunter mothership stream sometime.
We totally do. Masked Rider Gaming, you are here witnessing the birth of a cooler Samus as I myself volunteer for the purposes of portraying a
Pop in the suit.
bounty hunter in the future with a cool blue suit or turquoise, as this actually technically
Yeah.
is.
How you doing? How you doing, Lena? Yeah, nice. Pat, they cannot see you on the stream, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, you can change that if should you so desire.
I gotta. I'll improvise something really quick.
Well, actually, let me straighten something out. Okay, actually, way better. Awesome.
All right, Pat, hold on. I am actually about to put you on the stream. It may or may not be moving at the pace of a slideshow.
You have my full consent.
Yeah.
Ooh. I'm gonna get that green square.
Nice. You gotta collect the channel points.
I gotta get those channel points. So I do have like golden stockings that well, actually, I'm not sure if I have them. I have the golden like everything else. But what I'm thinking is this would be great for Fallout as far as attire goes.
Yeah. Completely nobody is 2003 webcam night because literally her phone.
Looking good, Pat.
Yeah, she is. Like her phone is like all she has because her computer is so like crammed up it can just do Roll20 at a time. We were expecting her to get her replacement laptop in today, and we're learning that it's actually not shipping until tomorrow. So we are, we are in mild damage control.
We're on mild damage control indeed. Ha 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 ha. And I still have a game to run tomorrow. Fortunately, it is exactly the same as you are witnessing tonight. So I have a.
Although I will say, this Stung to the Quick has already gone in a very different direction from the other Stung to the Quick, so I think there's a lot of modularity, there's a lot of opportunity for different sort of a run here.
Definitely.
Yeah, I'll be curious to go see the other run, because when you told me you wanted to do another test run, I was like, okay, I only caught the very last bit of it. Like, I caught, like, the last combat, so, like, I'm not gonna go watch it until I've played it.
Yes, it'll be... Namely, Saito, it'll be crazy to see how they wound up in that situation.
Yeah. Some things have actually been pretty consistent, truth be told. Some things have stayed pretty much the same, and the others have been very different. Very interesting to see how it goes, and let's just... I think we're all back now. Let's continue.
I will... Pat's favorite part of the night when I hit the transition button, and we are...
That's a meme.
We are ogre and out.
Okay, so, as I see it, you get the drop, Lang, and you, as well as your lawyer compatriot, can enter the next room and pop into the life support room. There's no new buzzing noise. You dealt with the spawn tree there. You do, however, not hear your armed associate on her way very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm off to save my own skin at this point. I'm just gonna drop this ship to 0k as soon as I can.
Completely understandable, and you know that she's wearing a suit, so if you do drop it, it is perfectly fine. So, this is going to be, what's your best skill? Mechanical repair?
Give me a sec. A mechanical repair or what?
Or, So I will let you choose your stat. This is either speed or intellect.
Yeah,
Strength
it's speed.
table. But heavy machinery, mechanical repair, or computers. Going to
Alright. I got a 10 in all of those, so
well.
let's go. Fuck yeah.
Nice.
As I said, we're back on the replay path.
Yeah, you managed to input the right data, crank the right levers, and turn the right dials. And as a result, the ship begins to very, very quickly respond to your stimuli as the air around you becomes nippy. And the lawyer says, "Yes. Wonderful work. I knew I picked the right person to stand behind. You've done exquisitely. Now let's get the fuck out of here. Preferably with a sample, but honestly, at this point, I don't give a shit. Save our own hides. Screw it for tests that comes in our way."
Flee from here? Like, is there any EV on the ship or what?
So there is, you've already jettisoned the quarantine chamber. There is a jettisonable / actually independently pilotable section to the north and up from where you are, which is the place that actually our dearest chief xenobiologist, Dr. Zenra, is headed towards, the appraiser's chamber, which can be itself jettisoned and piloted. It's a corporate suite, if you will. And there is also the cat, which obviously you've left behind in the other umbilical section, which can be piloted.
Okay. My closest option.
Close.
From the room I am I able to?
The helm is where the cameras were.
Okay, so I have no control from that room to. Okay, let's get to the closest room that's detachable and as piloting.
Heading. So to the north, you pop out of the blowhole, and you practically a straight shot there.
Let's go.
All right, so you two move towards the north, you and the lawyer, and as soon as you get to the door, the lawyer says, "Hold on, I think I hear something." And wouldn't you know it, as soon as you get there, you do begin to hear a loud buzzing noise to the north of you.
Okay, I would like to jettison that part of the ship from the outside, like we did with what was it? The quarantine zone.
Not everything can be jettisoned. However, you do feel as though this buzzing is more lethargic now that you've turned down the AC.
Yeah.
It is possible that the thing on the other end might not be operating at peak capacity.
Okay. So what's the? I think I would probably know. What's the ETA to a complete drop in temperature?
Yes, it will take probably 3 rooms worth to get to the peak 0. 3
Because
scientific measurement system.
The thing I want to do is stay there. Don't move. Stay there until it's completely cold.
Okay. You might miss Zenra if you do, and you know Zenra's heading towards the same location you are. From the statement that she made earlier, she might try to jettison herself in cryo safely out into space if you don't get there fast.
It's the same module? I'm sorry.
It is the same module, yes. It is the same module she's heading towards.
Oh, okay. Would that room survive a grenade?
Oh, God.
The room to the north of you is a practically empty antechamber. Yes, it would survive a grenade.
The one with the buzzing that's coming from.
Mm-hmm. That's
okay.
The north of you?
I would like to grenade it.
Damn straight you do. All right, give me that grenade roll. +10, I'm going to say. That is a critical hit. Holy shit. Yep, you eviscerate the motherfucker. Wow, there were quite a few wasps in here, actually. And
Good thing I went with the grenade.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. You see a number of husks now. They were swarming. This was going to be potentially a bigger challenge. But you see them on the floor, upside down. Their carapaces black, and even blacker still from the soot that is now collecting alongside them, and the gray of the wall collapsing upon them. There is not a hull breach, although you note that the atmosphere in this room is quickly being funneled out through nearby chambers, because the system does believe that there will be a hull breach soon, should whatever cataclysmic event continue occurring.
All right, so my next turn, I'd probably try to fix that. We can probably go to Cena at that point. Mm-hmm. I feel she'd get to act at that point.
Yeah. So Senra, you stand at a very very important juncture. You begin to feel nothing from that arm, nothing bad at least. And roll me another body save real quick. As you stand before a door that will readily open should you so desire to press it.
Ooh, not so good. Okay.
Damn. All right. So you feel a painful tearing in your muscles and your joints, particularly along the spine and your rib cage. It feels almost as if your body is melting internally.
Is there I'm in front of my own laboratory, correct?
Ooh, actually you are. Yes.
I would like to be able to get in there, and I should have something that would be able to induce like a oh gosh, a instead of like, you know how when you give like a heat press to like a sick person, I would like
cold press.
Yeah, like a really but I want to change it to like the ridiculous levels.
Definitely. All right. So first off, I do need you to roll me a sanity check.
Oh.
Basically, you want to snow piercer your arm.
Basically, yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, Senra, you actually, while you're going about this, you actually feel a flood of relief overwhelm your system, and a pleasant buzz begins to wash over your mind. Your limbs feel numb and tingly, and your chest invigorated with newfound energy. You feel so good that you can hardly remember what you'd been stressing over before. And the headache actually starts to lift. You don't feel any negative effects of whatever's going on at all, actually. You feel great. You might even describe this as fantastic. Do you still go forward with your course of action, or do you feel comforted?
I think I'm still going to go forward with the action.
You are only because a scientist.
Only because I have drugged myself before, so I'd feel like this is something that
can push through the buzz.
Yeah, I've drugged myself multiple counts before.
Yeah. Let me see. I think this might be. Let me see. All right. This is going to be. What is your strength? I'm curious.
My strength is 30.
Roll me a pure strength at advantage and +10. As if there was a relevant skill to represent this.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, give yourself a resolve. You you manage to power through this change in your psyche, this change in your biology, as you no longer feel any pain whatsoever, but you do see that welt growing, that black spot spreading. And Zenra, you are enough of a wise scientist to note that is kind of fucked, and you should not be trusting your instincts right now, because your instincts might be interlaced with a species foreign to yourself, one that doesn't necessarily feel the same way that you do about the panic instinct, which you are, in all respects, experiencing right now. But you know that it's being muted. You know that it's being muted as you are being mutated.
That survival instinct I talked about. That survival instinct I talked about.
You trust your human side, and you trust that survival instinct as you run and you freeze yourself, and you will get advantage on your next body save. And you hear buzzing in the other room, and then you hear shooting. As we go back to the other group, who also hears buzzing and shooting above them. Interestingly enough, that's you and the lawyer. And let's be honest here, the lawyer's not going in first. So Lang, are you gonna pop your head in through the duct?
Oh no, I'm gonna push the lawyer in there.
Oh, damn. All right.
If you wanted a sample, go fetch it.
Give me a whichever you prefer, strength or body or combat.
Strength or
Combat.
I hate that they're not look like in alphabetical order.
Strength is at top, I think, and combat
Yeah.
at the bottom.
Yeah. Skills. I'm looking. I don't even see a skill named combat. Whatever.
Oh, it's not a skill. Sorry, it's a stat. It's a stat. It's one of your core 4.
Oh, yeah. Okay, no, my strength is slightly better. Sorry.
No problem. I mean, this is your first time playing Mothership, I think, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm the only one here who's actually even played Mothership before, frankly. This is both of your first turns.
So, do I get any bonuses because he's not expecting me to push him?
I think of all people, the lawyer expects it the most.
Oh, okay. Cool.
You're within 10. There was no dangerous to go alone left in the hole, was there?
I don't know if you've used mine, because I said I would like to use it, but I don't think you've given me
Weave the
anything.
Tail is raiding us with 20 people at the moment. Oh my god! Hello, Weave the Tail. Hello, Party White Games. Hello, we're playing Mothership, and what the fuck? You have arrived at the cataclysmic and climactic kind of end sequence here. But let me just tell you, Party White Games, I know for a fact. Ooh, oh my god, everybody's here. Scribbling Penny, Made of Kimchi, thank you so much. Oh, Shay Gem, Party White. Thank you all for coming through. If you have a dangerous to go alone in the hole, now would be the time to use it, because somebody is in desperate need of a 10-point bonus, or else they will not be the first one in, or they will probably be the first one into this room that
Oh, I got it. Completely nobody comes through.
Yeah. Fuck yeah! All right. Okay.
Let's push that fucking lawyer.
I was gonna
in there.
say, I wasn't sure if I could use my own points to give to her as well. So I have.
You're not technically in the scene, but let's just say that either way. So Veronique, you do actually, in spite of yourself, manage to push the lawyer in first, and the lawyer's like, "Hey, what gives?" Oh, I guess I do. Wow. Okay. And you see Vesper on the floor, actually like completely punctured by these creepy, insane-looking wasp things as like four or so of them sting her outside, and you see them begin to penetrate her armor and move inside of her armor, and you can only imagine what they're doing under there. But the lawyer goes in first, and the lawyer gets immediately stung by one of the remaining things. And fortunately for you, though, that seems to be the only one that's remaining floating around. The rest of them seem to be inside of Vesper, and well, the lawyer now, I guess. And you have a clear shot to join your crewmate Zenra to the north.
Yeah, I would like to close that door and jam it and double back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you hear the lawyer kind of vainly shouting at you. This isn't finished! I paid a lot for this body! You won't! You won't get away with this! You haven't seen the last of me yet!
Yeah, fuck you too!
And it is just you and Zenra now. And you notice that Zenra is in a bit of a state of zen. A lot chiller than she was before. And her arm seems kind of limp and pulsating with a strange growth sort of emanating from it. Although you note that it is very different looking from the growth that you might have seen on the cap or second mate. This is not a pulsating wound that will eventually turn you into a kind of egg-like thing. This is something totally different, and you see something growing underneath her arm. Something
all right.
blue.
I take it in that sort of room she would have a surgical power saw.
This is actually her science room, and Zenra, you are the one most capable of telling us. Do you have a power saw in your?
I would say yes, absolutely. My plan is to make sure my arm is frozen solid.
Yeah, so it will hurt less, and I will power on.
But
the
I haven't
chainsaw.
frozen it solid yet. That is why it's spreading. I need to freeze it.
Yeah, that's why we need to cut it. So I'm gonna grab.
If you cut it and it's still in my system, it'll just spread. Cutting it.
What's the current temperature?
Not Kelvin yet. Not
I
zero.
need to freeze. I need to freeze my body really bad. I can inject a freezing liquid into my system, or put a cold compress.
Can I get a biology or intellect or something roll on this to decide what if I'm gonna chop her arm off or listen to her?
You can roll me a biology. The question is, Zenra, you also roll me a biology. And whether you succeed or not will affect the other one. So Zenra, roll me first.
Oh no. Is this like my negotiation? Is this my negotiation roll?
There is actually no social stat in this. Zenra, you are, I will say, you are not sure. If you lose your arm, though, you might cut off the spread entirely. It could come at a cost, though, and you're right to wonder if the infection has spread more holistically. But if you maybe cut off the arm, you could be free of it. You might be able to research what's going on with your arm completely normally, and you might not have any issue at all. In fact, look, if your mind is telling you
if you want to cut it off, but please at least put it in the freezer, because if you put it in the freezer and it kills off the bacteria, I can just stitch it back on.
So yeah, but I mean, she's probably got a deep freeze for samples, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's chop it off.
Okay.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Roll me a combat at advantage, because she will flinch, but probably not as much now.
No.
I'll give you a +10 for the tool too. Also.
All right.
Combat advantage +10. That is
11, that's good because that's a double the same digit, right?
That's a critical success, actually. So I will say, you managed to note that whatever glue is spreading underneath her skin has spread a little bit to the shoulder blade too, and you managed to cut that off as well. You cut off the spread, as far as you're concerned, and her arm lies. Well, it's kind of graphic, kind of gory. Your arm is on the floor, Zenra. You have one arm now, and the arm that you are seeing on the floor is still kind of growing and changing. And the interior of it, you can see that there's a blue sort of carapace from the top that seems to be feeding off of the bone structure and worming its kind of roots into the bone structure itself underneath your skin.
Well, I always wanted an automatic arm. Okay, put that in the cryospace so it dies. Let's go to... let's put the...
Kill it with ice.
And it'll be there when I get back. It's like the best back. It's maybe the best gift ever. Okay, let's go.
All right, there's a door to the north of you, and that is the chamber that is easily quarantinable from the rest of the vessel.
Yep.
You pop on in.
Hey, where is everyone else, by the way? While we're running.
No, it's just the two of you.
I know, but that's what she
those
doesn't
fuckers.
know.
Of course, it had to come to those fuckers.
They're still alive? You're still alive?
The door to the north of you opens, and you see the appraisor and what is left of his two robotic guards. One of them is completely unresponsive on the floor, covered in black cloth and soaked in white bodily fluid. And the other one seems to be limping, with white bodily fluid dripping from its robotic bodice. And in the center of the room is the appraisor himself. His face, quite removed from that which you once recognized. It seems that his face has expanded past the confines of the ceremonial garb into the tapered visage of a wasp hybrid thing that you've seen before. However, it doesn't seem to have affected the entirety of him, as his mouth can still open and shut and speak. As he says, I am fine. This is fine. And the robot mimics him, saying, the appraisor is fine.
So, seeing...
we still have the cat option. Okay, let's close the fucking door and lock it. Nicole, do you have any like stuff on you by chance, like for fixing shit? Fixing what?
Like anything, like the common thing is a can of air.
Yeah. I mean, I have my full engineering kit. What?
Can you turn the can of air upside down, shake it wildly, and spray the shit in its face?
Yeah, it's not gonna be cold enough.
If we put it really far,
the air is already colder than those things. They go to minus 10 Celsius. And so that's why I want to close the door.
Well, where's the shot?
Okay, so I just want to close the door and jam it.
Okay, yeah. So you jam the door on the appraisor and his robots, and that's that for that door. You know that the only other way to get off is by the cat. Caterpillar. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. To the cat.
You know that you locked some fuckers in the lobby that might not be happy to see you a second time.
Yeah, I
Where
mean,
is everyone else, anyways?
How long to freezing point? I mean, 0K.
I did say 3 rooms. I'm gonna say it's getting pretty close.
3 rooms, so...
So you got, getting back into the lobby is still gonna be that, but once you're in the umbilical, you're getting close. You're getting real close.
Okay. Well, we don't really have a choice. Or we can stay in place, but time's not gonna move if we stay in place.
I mean, it would move if you stayed in place, but other things might too.
Yep. Okay.
There's a way that these things have been getting around the ship.
Yeah, I think we are gonna have to make a dash for the cat. That's our last option.
All right. So through the umbilical it is. And I'm assuming you're going to go the most direct route through the lobby?
Yeah.
Okay. So both of you roll me a speed.
All right.
I'll give you advantage, Nicole.
All right.
Oh, shit. I should have given advantage to the other one.
I've been rolling so bad.
You have been. I'm so sorry.
Oh
God, I didn't need to give you advantage. What the fuck?
Is there a way I did use a dangerous or it's dangerous to go alone? Can I use that?
It's not an issue actually. Zenra. So, did you get an extra dangerous to go alone that I didn't account for? Because I think I accounted for your last.
She's used both on those piercings.
Right,
Okay.
but I had.
Wait, there's another one.
Yeah, I had points in the chat that I used.
Oh,
I was
for Nicole, and I think we used it.
So that's.
You can't use dangerous to go alone on yourself.
Okay, that's what I was asking earlier.
And I wouldn't be able to buy her one either. I'm in the game.
No,
it's not fair.
Okay, that's what I was asking earlier. Because when I was going to do it for Nicole,
that I
and then
articulate on the subject earlier.
No, you're good.
No issue. So,
okay.
Nicole, you run through that chamber. You don't give a shit about the dying and pulsating body of Vesper, which seems to be bursting from various ports underneath the armor. You best not pay attention to that.
Nope.
You run. You almost close the door entirely behind you as Zenra leaps through, almost entirely through, as an arm grabs upon her leg and pulls itself through behind her. And the lawyer steps in as the door closes and says, "I paid a lot for this body. And I'm not about to let some..." He holds up an intact wasp creature, by the way, which is currently puncturing his arm. Although you'll note, his arm is made of plastic. Not about to let this thing, he kills it with his thumb, get in my way. He opens the suitcase, shoves the thing inside, closes the suitcase. You hear a lock. Now, where were we?
What the fuck did I just see?
I would like to not take a chance and shoot the lawyer.
Oh my god! Oh no! It's gonna bounce off things! It's gonna...
Please, by all means, give me that combat.
You will allow it. Let's go.
It's gonna bounce.
Of course I'll allow it. The fuck? This is the most valid thing that has ever happened.
It is a critical success. It
says a critical success.
Yeah, and I did 13 damage. The damage is good as I'm rolling the submachine gun, but I did the 3d6 damage instead.
Oh, honey. He stares at you. You stare at him. He stares at you. You stare at him.
No!
And your weapon levels at his torso. And he looks down at his torso where your weapon is aimed, and then he looks at you and he says, "You wouldn't dare." What do you say?
Yeah, I troubleshoot. You're trouble.
Paid a lot for this body. As he is blown into the wall, and you see white android blood dripping out of his body as it collapses onto the floor. Almost the entirety of it seems to be inorganic. Although you would note that as he kind of with the top of his torso, moves himself a little bit towards you, creeping ever closer. You would note that upon your second shot to his head, overkill, of course, being in effect, it seems that his brain was still mostly human.
Well, that actually makes more sense to know that he was not actually human fully. That makes way more sense with rubber arm.
Yeah, well, he's completely dead now, so who cares?
Can we go back and get arm afterwards? I could use a left arm.
No, you can stay with the arm if you want, and I keep dashing.
No. I thought about we come back later when everything is dead.
Okay, so this is going to be a speed check. The both. All right. So this is another speed check. You already did a speed check. Yes. This is the second speed check. The both of you.
Oh god, no! Oh my god!
Good God! Fuck yeah! Finally.
The second I hear Nicole say, "You can stay here," Zenra's like, "No, that is not what I meant. That is not what I meant."
Zenra, you run past anything at all that might be an issue, and you plop yourself inside the cat. You feel comfortable. You feel confident. And Nicole, you're looking around as you enter the room because you know one person that might otherwise be here that you don't see. Just as they round the corner, and the top of their face does not seem to be as it once was, and you see antennae emerging from the captain's forehead.
The pilot, you mean?
Sorry, the pilot's forehead, and you hear Jan Uno say in their most composed voice, "That's my baby. You're not going to take her off this vessel without me, are you?"
Oh no!
I lost my coffee mug. I'm not playing.
Well, I mean, it's you and them. What's your game?
I would like to. Are they blocking the way to the cat?
They're crawling up behind you. They haven't yet blocked your path, but they're close upon you. Definitely.
I did like.
They can grab you next second if you don't.
I did like Uno, so I'd like to give him a mercy kill.
That's fair. Roll me a combat. It's not going to be advantage or disadvantage there.
And not my weapon combat. Oh, it's the same thing, right?
Yes, combat. Combat SMG.
All right, let's go.
See what happens. It might be a close call.
Wait a second.
This might be a chance for Zenra to prove her stuff, actually, if it doesn't go well. Ooh!
Doesn't go well.
So, Zenra, you're right behind the door. You see all this transpire. The pilot, was once like a chill dude. But now they have antennae growing out of their head. They're moving towards the ship. They seem dead set on being on it when it departs. You have the opportunity to fire through that doorway with anything you have, if you have anything, or attack, or just do anything. Well, what's your play here?
Got a tranquilizer gun, huh?
I would say all I have is a tranquilizer gun, so I guess I'm gonna be tranquilizing.
I mean, you could get inventive if you would like. I could actually have you roll. You feel as though there's a potential within you to gain other attack opportunities if you just kind of let your body do some changes. It's up to you.
I thought I cut off my arm.
It's still in your system.
I knew it. I knew it.
Tranquilizer or let yourself fail a roll?
I think I'm gonna do a tranquilizer because I know if I am smart enough to know that if I fail the roll, that I will not survive Nicole.
Wow, I love this dynamic.
I will not
Oh,
survive.
and it's paying off too. Yes, you level your one arm with your one fucking trank rifle, and you think you're fucking stars that you haven't grown antennae yet. You level this fucker at it, and yeah, the thing I'm gonna say fails the body save. We're past time. The pilot falls to the floor, and you hear with a resounding thud the sound of that blast having gone off, and the pilot's last. That's my baby. As they fall to the floor, and Nicole, you and Zenra are finally alone in the vessel, and now it's up to you to decide who's fucking piloting.
Oh, I'm
Is it-
piloting. I have piloting
was it-
skills.
Okay, I have only one arm. Let's be serious. Is there a cryo space?
Yeah, I
in
was
here?
about to say, is there a cryo chamber for her?
There is not a cryo chamber, but you
Is
will
there-
remember that I mentioned earlier. There is a frozen cargo.
That's right.
Right.
I'm gonna go there. That is where I'm going. I immediately say I'm going to visit there for a moment. Count to 30, and pull my lifeless body out, which will feel like lifeless, but I will come back.
So I'm gonna say Zenra. Can you give me a medical aid at advantage, or whatever the associated skill is? I believe it is a. Where is it? It's towards the bottom. No, maybe it's not. Maybe it's towards the top. First aid. That's it. Give me a first aid skill check at advantage. This will actually determine whether you live or die.
Yes.
You'll crush it. Oh, hey, look! The results are in, and you live! So you managed to.
I'm not so sure yet. Don't celebrate yet, because
No.
I'm on the fence.
Yeah, you managed to get yourself into the cold storage in a fashion that you believe you will be preserved. And you go off into a dreamless sleep, Zenra, as your fate is left entirely in Lang's hands, as she takes the wheel. So, tell me, what does Lang do with the wheel that she has wrested from fate?
Yeah. So my first thing will be to uncouple us from the ship.
Doesn't take much of a doing.
All right, and at this point, I want to say I have 5 stress, most of which was caused by Zenda. I am pretty far gone. I would like to maybe roll something to see if I pull her out or if I space her.
Okay, first off, roll me a piloting check. So
All
you've
right.
uncoupled, yes, but getting anywhere even remotely safe from the system is see it completely nobody.
Sorry?
Getting anywhere anytime fast is going to be an issue. So give me a piloting.
Piloting straight?
I mean, using your speed.
Right, but I mean no advantage, no nothing.
No modifiers. Nope. Unless you have something that you believe you should tell me of now.
Nah, I have something for repairs, that's it. But I make it.
It's still a success. So you're safe from the vessel. You're out drifting in space, and now the issue is, what do you do with Zenra? So you want a roll to determine how you behave, or something of the sort.
Yeah. Because the player's not sure, and I feel like it could go either way.
I did save your life.
Yeah, but you did cause a lot of stress and behave like a fucking psychopath, like when I was in those caves with you.
Lee, since I've got you as a captive
Hello, gamer.
GM, how do we do panic checks again?
Omi, I'd say this is. Oh, you want to do it a panic check? Well, so normally you test sanity and then you roll panic. But if you just want to do a panic, the equation is 2d10 plus stress minus resolve.
Yeah, 2d10 plus stress minus the resolve. That's what I thought.
So okay, slash roll 2d10s, and I have 5 stress and 0 resolve.
Okay, so Lee,
Plus
on the
5,
chart.
17.
Ooh, okay.
I cannot easily access the chart. Let me hold on. Let me log back in as admin. I'm sorry.
So sorry, plus 5 from the stress, or
Yeah, and also as a teamster, I'm allowed to re-roll once the effect on the panic table.
you can actually, yeah. All right, so great, excellent.
I'll do 2 rolls, right? Straight up, and we'll read the table and see what's most fun.
Sounds good. I believe there's a marker at 13. I would very much like to see what the chart is. Period. I thought you had it saved, Lee.
Dude, I just had to go in as DM to grab it.
Oh.
So technically,
Yes.
13 is cowardice, and 8 is anxious.
No, but okay, I have a 17 and a 13.
Okay, so 17 and 13 is crippling fear or cowardice.
Both would have me spacer, right?
I don't think there's any way to non-space. Panic. I think the lowest panic is
Technically
laser
speaking-
focus.
Yeah, I mean, so like an adrenaline rush or laser focus could have theoretically changed it, or hallucinations. But yeah, I mean, the panic table results are kind of. You could,
Yeah,
if you
there's
want
not
to,
a way.
You could make
There's
a
not a
sanity
way.
save if you want to, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna say. All right,
'Cause-
so you're
But what's the most sane? Seriously.
your base instincts are telling you got a spacer, but you can choose to make a sanity save, potentially to overwhelm those odds.
I
Oh
will
my!
do the sanity save to see how it goes.
I'm
Looking at this
terribly scared.
table, you can
I
roll a
did
30.
terribly.
You can roll a 30 and get an instant heart attack that's death.
So, your sanity is not having it. Neither is your base instincts, and I'm going to go ahead and say, for the sake of the session, that you are on your way to the cryo chamber, or sorry, to the cold storage cargo bay that she has docked herself in to prevent the spread of the infection, and you are about to space her. When you see a blue, resplendent hand stamping itself on the glass of the chamber, and it spells "no" in plain, coherent, and sentient English.
I want to ask, is that the hand she's still got, or the one that regrow on the other side?
Milady Saito, I will actually let you decide this one.
I really
Just
want it to be the
run
hand that I want it to be the one I grown. I want it to be the one I've grown.
It's the one.
would be-
It's on the other side from the one that
That would be so crazy.
I'm gonna freak out even more. I'm like at the she's getting space.
Well, we cut at the no, and what happens next is up for the audience to decide, and also like obviously the players who totally know what's going on, but like for the purposes of the plot and the cinematic ending, we leave it at that. All right.
Yay.
So that was the game. Sorry, I went like way over, like by an hour. I'm so sorry about that. That was unexpected and terrible GMing on my part for letting it run
No,
off.
I mean,
No, it was
I'm
really
high on
good.
adrenaline right now, so.
I'm not gonna lie, that the very end, I didn't really ever look at the panic effects until you brought it up. Holy shit. Like that
Mothership's
shit gets
okay.
when I first looked at it, I was like, oh shit, 20 looks pretty bad. And I kept scrolling. I was like, holy, it just gets it. How can it possibly get worse? And it
And then it
does.
does.
It does. Like I said, like the 30 plus, you get a heart attack and you instantly die.
Yeah. No.
You just die from a heart attack from panic. Holy shit. And then there's this one that says 28, descend into madness. You gain
Which
2
fun.
phobias, and your stress cannot be relieved below 5.
Ever.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Mothership's like super deadly. Okay, so
And I'm in this stupid streak of being sole survivor.
kind of actually. I was not expecting that to
So
go
do
the way
you,
it
do
did.
you believe me when I says like, oh no, I have this crazy luck at Alien. This is how it goes. It's like every time. It's stupid. I wish I was like winning the lottery like I'm winning those games.
Yeah, no, you should definitely try for it. Oh goodness. So yes, this was fun for me to GM. I'm sorry I went over so long. Definitely was only because you were so fun to play with. Not any other reason, frankly. I would have sped it up if it were the other way around. But I know that I've held you for a very long time. So if you would like, we can do a little bit of feedback. If you would rather just go to sleep or whatever, we can.
No, I'm good. I'm not gonna be able to sleep for another 2 hours until like the fun and the adrenaline just absorbs. So
Well, shit. I'm sorry.
no, it's good. It's good. I've had tons of fun.
It's been a blast. Plus,
Even though my character was acting like it was not having any fun at all, the player was having a lot of fun.
plus, I have to stay up anyways, and I have to test systems for my own work. So this is perfect. It ended perfectly because I have 30 minutes until I have to test my systems.
All right. Well, wonderful. So I'll start with you, milady. What did you like? What didn't you like? And what would you like to see more of? Keeping in mind that I might actually publish this scenario.
That all feedback is oriented just solely at the GM.
Yes, all me. But also, there's only 2 players, so I'm not expecting very much player-on-player feedback anyway. But yes, all on me. All on me.
Fair. Hello, my name is Milady Saito. I play tabletop games on my channel. We play D&D, Monster of the Week, and we're starting to get more into Cthulhu, which is a lot of fun. We had to cancel our last Cthulhu game because of things with my real life, which is my dog has been going through slip disc disease, and we're trying to get him back in his normal state. I would have to say, after seeing the panic chart, I would have liked. That's the only thing I would like. I would like to see more of the panic chart because the panic chart is so scary. like I feel like.
Oh yeah, totally.
Because you can actually gain phobias from the panic chart.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And I totally dropped the ball on including it as much of as I could have.
But other than that,
yeah.
Other than that, I really liked the game. I thought it was very, very intuitive. I liked the way you introduced it to us, not so heavily to where expecting us to know so much of the process. So I did like that. From what I'm gathering, it's basically kind of like a futuristic version a little bit. I like how you have to roll underneath, I guess, to meet your goals.
It's percentage based, like Call of Cthulhu. It's the same.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was getting out of it.
Yeah, definitely.
Instead of like the opposite, like with some D&D, you have to roll above. Call of Cthulhu is a good example. You have to roll underneath to succeed. So I thought that was pretty cool.
The system's great. I thoroughly enjoy it.
And the story was pretty good too. Like the bugs. The second you said or if we had any fear of arachnophobia or anything like that, I was like, we're gonna be dealing with bugs. I just had no idea it was gonna be bugs that make bodies into swarms.
Fun stuff.
Pretty good.
Fun stuff.
I'm quite happy with it. It was a lot of fun. I'm very honored that you let me play at your table.
Oh, milady, you are always welcome at my table. I'm just happy to get you on the schedule. I try.
Thank you.
You're marvelous, and everybody in the chat, if you haven't already gone and followed Milady Saito, we have twice over Shilter now. So check out that link and go follow her on her own Twitch stream, and whenever you're not watching us, maybe you might be watching her, or potentially, as I segue, Garblock Games featuring potentially our very own Veronica.
Yeah. So, well, I'll start with the feedback because I feel it's more important than like I'm not running a channel, so they can talk about the channel. I'm gonna give you a feedback. So I'm gonna agree with you on a lot of this few things that you said. Like, oh, I feel there's something of like a pacing issue with any one shot, with especially with players who don't know each other playing remotely. It's always slow to start. I do feel it was a bit extra slow to start. You're right on that. Even if I'm factoring the fact that Milady and I have never played together, we're playing remotely, blah, blah. It did feel that the start took... It wasn't to the point that it sucked the air out of the game, but it felt like, oh, okay, are we starting to start for real? Like, it took a bit of a while. Also, you said it yourself. Oh, the stress, I forgot about it. We all have that problem when we're running the set of games. Like, we almost have to put like a neon post-it in the middle of our screen to remind ourselves to like, oh, I should do the air supply rolls and the stress rolls and like that. But it helps with feeling that there's a ramp up, because with the slow start and the ramp up, it felt like they were two plateaus. Like there was not that gradation. Did you get my drift? Because like if like the slow start with the fact that it's not about the module, it's more about like, well, you have a lot of things to handle and you're on your phone because you don't have your laptop, but it didn't help with sort of like feel the build of the stress. However, when we did get to the meat of the bugs, your description were some of the best I've heard in horror RPG, and I've played my fair share. You know that your description of body horror, and I mean, I'm a Cronenberg fan. I've seen every Cronenberg movie like 10 times. The way you described the horror, I felt it in my skin, in my bones. I was like, you just look back at the feed, and I'm somebody who, like, you can see everything on my face, and I know I've reacted to some of those, like, a description, and that's amazing. And you probably want to put some of that verbatim in the module, because I think in horror RPGs, especially when it comes to body horror or psychological horrors, a lot of game masters don't have the skills or the tools to express that well, and you do it so well. You're the best I've ever seen in that way.
Thank you. That is actually, like, I mean, obviously I've been expressing it on my face, so that's such a huge compliment. Thank you so much. But yes, no, I really flubbed the start there. I really, like, honestly, thinking back on it, and you give me great feedback. Thinking back on it, considering this was a one-shot, and I am actually going to run the same one-shot tomorrow night, so I will fucking incorporate the feedback you've given me. I'm not going to start it the way I did. I'm going to start it basically like, you're shooting off on, you've already done, the layout of the ship, the names of the ship, here's the people that are on it, and I'm just going to plop them off kind of immediate res. I think that's probably the best way.
Also, the combat was exciting. Maybe like after a while, we understood that they were like really different creatures, but maybe put more emphasis on how they behave differently because you describe them differently, but acting in combat, we didn't feel like maybe if you want to describe the different actions, how they behave in combat. I know I killed them all very fast, but it's probably something you want to put it in the written form of the module, how they behave differently, a bit more.
Yeah, and also like you were the one who did like all of the combat stuff and dealt all of the damage. I feel like if anything, I should probably what's the opposite of nerf? I should probably boost the stats of the combat person with you. Although that person was more or less there to die vainly to heighten the stress.
Oh, I really like the design of the lawyer. That's a really different. Like we love agents. We're like they're close to our hearts. We love them, Pat and I. Like we're top fans of like agents. The design of it was completely different. He brought a completely different twist to it. I loved it.
Yes, and I think you were spoiled on what the agent would have done if you were in the same ship as the agent towards the end, the lawyer. I mean,
yeah, but I mean, yeah.
but he's interesting. I put a little myself in him.
Like I, you know what? I would feel that character could have like a different adventure. Like I would take a one shot centered around that character, like their life before that, like that sort of cult. Like it was really interesting. Like I wanted to know more about that neo religion that kind of has elements of transhumanism, and like I was really intrigued, and I would take a full storyline about that environment.
Well, not to spoil too much, but he worked for Tyra Integrated Technologies, and Tyra Integrated Technologies are kind of like in my mothership verse, the Wayland-Yutani setting. So,
of course.
right.
But I'd love to discover more about that lore. I'd love it.
Perfect. Well, maybe I'll have you back next time I run a lunch.
Oh, anytime. You can have me anytime. Gladly.
Thank you. All right. Wonderful. So I think that's it for the game, for the feedback, for everything. Lee, I know we're super fucking late in the night, but is there anybody who's going on right now?
I've been trying to find someone to raid this whole time.
Keep looking. In the meantime, I just want to say that Pat, we will be playing together Vampire the Masquerade 2nd edition revised, the only edition that matters, on Garblack Games next Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, and that's 9 p.m. British Standard Time, and that's pretty cool. We're playing it is set in 1995, the year that the book was released, and we're an industrial band that's also a Sabbat pack that's about to pull a massive heist in a Camarilla city next Friday. Don't want to miss it.
Yes. Tune in on Garblog Games this coming Friday to catch both Veronique and myself on Garblog Games for the vampire session. And on Monday, you can find us on Diesel Shot on playing High Road, 8:30 to whenever. Tuesday, normally you'd find me on Garblog Games North America edition. But I believe, Lee, you can be found on Tabletop Anthologies.
Yeah, I can. We do have a schedule in the schedule channel of our Discord that has all these listed. But yeah, 7 to 9 that night. Also on the 20th, there will be a 7 to 9 play of Change Stars. So maybe consider that as well. Hopefully that ambiguity will be cleared up, but we'll see.
And if you enjoyed this session, and if you watched it to its completion, and you want to see potentially a different way that it could be taken, tune in tomorrow, 8:30 to presumably before 1:30 a.m. And you can find how Cthulhu's List plays through their own version of this very same scenario.
Pat, did you have a target, or should I just pick someone?
Yeah, Dorktales. They're live. Reign of Emrys,
They
episode
are.
13.
Yeah. Let's go say hello. See everyone. Dream on.
Good
Right?
night.
Bye.
All right, I popped the raid button, and we are gonna wait until it comes down.
Thank you so much, Billy. Oh, and Bella.
Thanks, Lee.
No problem.